Hello to my YouTube people. I'm sorry, we got ads still running here, but hello. I'm burping a bunch, so if I mute, I'm sorry. I may accidentally mute myself. So, I don't know why it's making my tummy hurt. Also, please go watch my new video. I know it's not going to do well. My videos just aren't doing well. So that's okay. One day I might sell out and just start doing react content to shit I don't actually care about. Who knows? I'm kidding about that, by the way. I don't know why I'm feeling so cynical today. I just feel like I'm constantly on the verge of tears. It's really nice. I'm having a good time. So. Oh, I wasn't talking about harps. Anyway. I said about 7 things in the span of 2 seconds. Hello, Rick. Hello, Palix. Hello, Kyrie. Hello, Ayumi. Hello to Ash and Chili, Jolt, Harp, Mon, Drakey. Oh my god, I'm so fucking sorry, dude. I did not mean to burp just then. I did make snot. I made snot. That was okay, well, thank you. I guess it's okay to say bless you to a burp. I'm falling apart! Happy New Year! I am the Cinnamon. I want to have a good time. You know? Bless you is great then. I'm melting? That's what the snot is? I don't know. I woke up this morning and I looked in the mirror and I was like, girl, you look like you're having a really hard time. And like, I am. I'm having a really hard time. Thank you for asking. You want the snot? Are you here for the snot? It's in my nose, buddy. It's in every available sinus cavity. Good Lord, help me. I'm crashing out. Also, welcome in, Turtle. I'm like normal most of the time, I promise. She's burping and snotting right at the beginning of the stream. This New Year is nuts. She's gone bonkers, dude. This is not the Gremlin Mae from 2025. No. The Gremlin Mae from 2026 is confident in herself. We're gonna blow up this year. I've said that for 4 months, but I'm feeling it for 2026. And the only reason I want that to happen is just so I can stop worrying about it. Good God, I just don't like worrying about it all the time, so. Have you played some golf? That's nice. What are we blowing up? My channel. I'm picturing that as like a pickup artist walking up to you at a bar going, hey baby, you look like you're going through it. Yeah, I'm going through it. I am. It's true. It's true. I edited a clip comp for Hempy this morning for reasons I can't fully understand. You know, when you're sick, it's like you get a small dose of depression. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you could be totally fine the rest of the time, and I am, but like when I get sick, I am like, I'm actually not worth anyone's time whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about, like, Core, I'm sorry. Getting the explosives? No, just make people watch my stuff. Being sick is like being vulnerable. Yeah. It's just like, it makes me feel real bad. So, oh, I hope you get some sleep soon. You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Thank you, Harp. I don't know. That's the thing. Is that since I'm sick, I'm like, am I ready? Am I good enough yet? We gotta get better. I'm not kidding. Last year I talked about being on my anime arc. I am still on my anime arc. And sometimes I have to get on here, okay, like, or when I say I made it for reasons I don't I said it was for Hempy. And I also linked it in the Discord. Not that like you have to stay on top of the Discord, but but I literally said who it was and I have linked it already. So sometimes I feel like or when you're posting your millennial memes, you're only like half watching my stream. Is that true? I'm a fox. How dare you call me a cat? I don't know why. I'm so sorry I'm being so mean to you, Lycor. Oh, hi, Kimmy. I'm sorry I was mean to you too. Is this the day that I'm just mean to every chatter? Do you guys like that? I'm not Canine Kuro. Thank you so much for asking. Oh, I could get us some more ears. Oh, okay. I mean, I try very hard not to be rude. I try to be playful with it if I am. Please yell at us? See, you little freaks. Are they technically editor or what are they? What canines? I'm made of snot right now. I'm so sorry. I'm only snot. I can't seem to turn them both on. Hi, Akashiro. How are you people finding me today? That's exciting. I love new people. Hello, new people. They are Canada? You mean I'm like a fox? I mean, I'm like a dog? Oh, congrats. It's because we blew up your channel. Thank you so much. That's really sweet of you. It means a lot to me. What does the fox say? I wish vampires were real. So true. Thank you for the 3 stream streak, Lycor. No, I mean technically I'm a forest gremlin. I just I look like a fox because I think foxes are cool. Vampires are real. Thank God. This winter has been hell on my body. I agree, Palix. It's been bad. This winter's been bad. I'm feeling gross. I'm feeling I gotta stop fucking looking at my YouTube channel. It makes me depressed. Okay. Just because it's stuff I gotta go do later. Great, I gotta focus on you guys. Thanks. A gerbil or a capybara? Capybara? I don't know. That doesn't feel very me. Oh wait, I can already tell the vibes are gonna be fucking off today, dude. His hair is like blue. It's like a teal. This is not what my hair looks like. Caped Crusader? I don't know. I've never seen a capybara VTuber before. But I think that's because they're pretty generic brown. There are a lot of things where it's like, no. His hair, I will pull up a photo. I just pulled up a photo of him. His hair is not, like when you see it next to mine, you're gonna be like, oh shit, sorry. You're gonna apologize. His outfit is green, but his hair is not fucking green. I'm gonna make you apologize for having an opinion. Alright. Okay. Look at this. His hair is fucking blue. It's slightly more green there, but it's still blue. We're getting slightly more green. But the majority of these is very blue. It's like a light mint. Yeah, but that's not at all what my green is. My green is like a leaf. No, that's definitely, there's blue in there. There's blue in there. I don't know. You're crazy if you think that's green. Happy New Year. Why are we made of snot today? I don't know. Ask the flu. You're fine, Kimmy. Yeah, you better be sorry. Be sorry. It's okay. It's totally fine. It's not a problem. I'm only really angry about it. I'm only fucking mauling about it. I'm not. I keep getting hot and then I keep getting cold. Keep getting hot and then I keep getting cold and I'm having a bad time. Hi, Phoenix. It is. It's the end days. Hi, Donna. It's good to see you. It's okay that you're late. All you've missed is me crashing out a little bit. Sounds like the fever is I don't know if I have a fever. I do have to go pee though. You guys would be so proud of me. I'm drinking water today. Thank you for the follow, Kimmy.
Fuck yes.
I know. I've been drinking water today. I'm so proud of myself. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. What was I drinking yesterday? Fucking nothing. Axel!
No.
Okay. I'm sorry I burped. I didn't mean to. Thanks. My body is so warm. My parents are coming home today. I'm gonna cry about it. Because now I don't have to take care of myself. Oh, stupid parents. They had a kid. And little did they know, I'm gonna make them take care of me when I'm sick, even if I'm 31. Good God, this sucks. How's everybody else doing? I'm gonna go piss. You tell me how you're doing. back. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? I'm back. I made it back. Hi. Hello. Hi. I missed you guys. Hi. Shut up, Axel. It's good to see you. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Oh, you miss me so much? I'm so sick right now. You haven't seen me in a whole year. Fell off my fucking chair. Okay. I'm fine. Oh my god. Could you guys imagine if I was like this all the time? I feel like I'm really giving Kumi right now. Like, she's really giving Chibi Doki. What's up, Coomers? I said giving Kumi. Kumi's another VTuber. She yells a lot. It's okay, my parents are coming home today. You're doing relatively well. That's good to hear, Palix. I don't know if you guys told me how you're doing. Let's see. I'm at home doing work for my job for free because I'm salary. I'm so sorry to hear that. You're fighting the urge to order Chinese harp. Do it anyway. I'm alive. That counts for something. So true, Chili. Ash, you're doing well. You have to go back to work tomorrow though, and you're not feeling ready for it. I'm so sorry. Harp is looking at the lo mein and egg drop soup menu, and I'm like, why not, you know? I had some egg drop soup last night, even though it has some chicken in it. Oh, Ash, that sounds really good. And then we go back to you guys missing me. Well, you know, Kimmy, you'll get over it. You'll figure it out. You know. Drakey, you'll get over it too. The interesting thing about Kumi is that, like, I think she seems very creative and fun. Oh, is it true, Kimmy? Did you unfollow me? Because I made you a little upsetty spaghetti? Please tell me. I want to hear more. No, tell me. This is your stream. You say what you gotta say. Go ahead. I guess they didn't have anything else to say. Okay. Okay, I yelled at you after you said Zora's hair was green. That's true, I did. It's okay. Here, how about you take some time to yourself, and maybe you'll feel better afterwards, okay? I'm ruthless today! Ruthless! Everybody watch out, I'm coming for you! I'm coming right for you! I'm filled with snot and a heck of a lot of sass, baby! You better watch out! Obliterated. I Thanos snapped him. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out. Better watch out. You gotta have enough sass to balance the snot. Oh, what I was saying earlier was that I think that a lot of VTubers deserve to blow up. A lot of VTubers are good enough, you know? I think that Kumi's one of those where like I've seen her content and I really enjoyed it. But there's a part of me that is like, fuck, I've made shorts similar to the one that she had that blew up and I didn't blow up, and like, why does the universe work like that? It's pretty crazy. And it makes me feel like the internet is just weird. You know? Streamer says other streamers should be blown up. Yeah, mods, blow up Kumi right now. I don't know her, but go and blow her up, please. Can you blow up Kumi for me? Thank you. Thank you. All is right with the world. There's one less bird. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Like, honestly, good for her. And the thing is, I feel like one of the things that people get twisted about VTubers that blow up is that they feel like it takes away from those of us who haven't blown up yet. And I don't think that's true. Because I think my audience is probably people who don't really watch VTubers, and I have to convert them to watching VTubers. You know? Oh, yeah. Aw, I'm lucky to have found each and every one of you, honestly. You're a VTuber? No, I'm actually a faceless streamer. I don't, yeah. What if I just pulled up the cam and showed you guys with me looking my absolute worst in my bathrobe right now, and that was the only time you've ever seen me? You know? Faceless streamer is a vibe. Do you guys think I'd get more people come hang out if... Because people are prejudiced against VTubers. People are like, oh my god, she's a VTuber. Listen. I may be a VTuber, but I am bringing the same energy as a face streamer, you know? Like, I play Factorio, I play RimWorld, I'm funny. I talk about climbing, I talk about programming. I do the same thing that flesh tubers do. It's just because I'm an anime girl, people feel weird about it. And it's like, guys, I have the same amount of snot in my nose right now as many face cam streamers, okay? I should be given the exact same chance as face streamers, you know? Like, I'm funny. The reason I do this is because I never learned how to do makeup when I was a kid, and I'm 31, so I don't really want to have to learn how to do it now, and that's like God's honest answer as to why I do this. And also I can get a lot of art. That's really nice. Don't stream from your face, that's called crying. So true. Face streamers are always crying. I never learned how to do makeup. So I just could never be an e-girl. Cause like I think I have a really cunty face. Like I do. I think I have a really good face card. But like, you know, I didn't want to learn how to do makeup, so sorry. What is a cunty face? Like really hot, really slay, really cool. I know how to do basics, but no, cunty is good. Sorry. I understand how people might not think that's the case. If I was a face cam streamer, I couldn't do this, you know? Hello, beautiful. Hello, beautiful. I'm too high up. Hold on. I just like, sometimes I like making myself real big. Like, I want to take up this amount of, we've talked about this before, that I want to take up this amount of space on the screen. I could? What do you mean? What could I do? I don't think I have the peaker anymore. You've dedicated an entire monitor to me? Good. Yeah, I don't want you guys to, I want you guys to understand this stream, this stream is about me. I think sometimes people get it twisted. As chatters, they're like, oh, I can get some attention. And it's like, yeah, you might, let me, hold on. I'm gonna be a normal size. Sometimes people get it twisted because they come into the stream and they're like, they say stuff and they're like, oh, haha, streamer's gonna read out my chat and this gonna be about me. And you know what, honey? I'm glad you like feel that way or whatever, but that's not true. This is 5 hours about me and me exclusively. Like, haha, haha, it's about me. Senpai, notice me, say my name. You think it's about you? No. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna act. You know what? I've not been taking enough initiative to make this stream about me, you know? So I had to cough a lung out real quick. So I'm just gonna talk about me and not read your chats. I thought of 7 things to say and then I was like, you shouldn't admit that on the internet, May. My nose is full of snot right now. So. Oh, you can still see the potted plants. You're so. Oh! I grabbed the wrong thing. All right, so. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. This stream's about me, about the things that I like. I'll tell you guys about all the books that I read in 2021. No. Well, I could tell you about all the books that I read in 2021, but let's see. I'm gonna tell you about books that I liked reading. Oh, I love The Psalm for the Wild Bill by Becky Chambers. If on a Winter's Night a Traveler by Italo Calvino. Oh! Wow, what a great postmodern book. I did enjoy Of Love and Other Demons by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, who you might know from 100 Years of Solitude, but personally, I don't care if you know because I'm not reading your chat messages because this chat's about me. I fucking hated The Road by Cormac McCarthy. Hi, Blonde! I kind of like The Devil in the White City by Eric Larson. That one was pretty good. Oh, I forget about this one. But Flight Behavior. Oh, I can't say hi. You're right. I'm not reading chat. I'm not reading chat. Wait. Oh no. Oh, I mucked up. Oh. Anyway, Flight Behavior by Barbara King Solver. Okay. I liked that one. That was really good. And then I read The Optimist's Daughter by Eudora Welty, which I didn't really like. I really liked that one. Oh, I never talk about this one, but I really liked Bruna Leshy's Dome. That was about a big dome. I could say something about something that may have happened in chat, but I'm not commenting on chat right now, so. Anyway, whatever. Like I was saying. Oh, I really liked The Office of Historical Corrections by Danielle Evans. I'm not laughing at something in chat, I promise. I would never laugh at something in chat because I'm not reading it. I'm not reading it! Okay, the rigging on this model is so incredible. Oh, I loved The Deeper the Water, the Uglier the Fish. So good. Lathe of Heaven by Ursula K. Le Guin. Mwah. Violetta by Isabel Allende. Oh, love her stuff. Love her stuff. There by Tommy Orange. Ooh. I read my first Murakami, which was A Wild Sheep Chase. I didn't read chat. Why can't I keep laughing at the things I'm not reading in chat? That's not how it works. I feel so gigantic. I can't keep my head on the screen. Maida's not green hair. It checks out. Oh no, I read YouTube chat. Oh, I just had to cough my lungs out. Wait, I want to see what my thumbnail on Twitch is. Has my thumbnail gotten good? Good. Yeah, no, it's great. My thumbnail's amazing. Oh, I still have the snotty on. That's so funny. Yeah. Incredible. Hi, Jaybird. Okay, I'm gonna read chat again. Oh, I guess I'll involve you guys or whatever. Hey, chat, how are we doing? Did you guys have a good time in, Why do I have this? You know what the big problem is? I don't have enough things on my screen. There we go. We need some product placement? Okay. Yeah, no. I got you. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I still have some stuff from Halloween. Let's look what's in here. I feel like too much text. That's not working. Like the Oh, you need Subway Surfer on the side? Okay, hold on. YouTube. Let me see if I can get this going for you. We did have a bit one time where you could put me in timeout. This is such an old bit too. And it would play one of those baby sensory videos. Does anybody remember that bit? Phoenix, you might. Yeah, it was the dancing fruits. Let's see. Can you get? I'll see if I can get you some dancing fruits. It's gonna make my computer explode, dude. Dancing fruit. Okay. We need a, what is this? Window capture. You have done a lot of bits. Oh, yeah, this one. You used to be able to put me in timeout with this. And it would play, like the whole screen would like play this. It's finally here, the perfect stream. I'm so snotty. Shrimp is bugs, yeah. Oh, that's a good idea. I should get some jingly keys. Let's see. Jingle, jangle. I don't know where to put this. I guess I'll put it in downloads. Okay. Let's see. We need an image. Right? Or is it media source? Jingle, jangle. No, I was planning on just getting those myself. I need to do some more research on it. It seemed like a really big purchase too. I don't think I want a curved monitor anymore. I think I want to switch to like 3 smaller monitors. Okay, so yeah. Oh yeah. No, we definitely need that. Oh, hi Mega, welcome in. I hope that we have enough going on. I do need to change our background music to Ash, I'm really sorry if this is overwhelming for you. I know that you're one of the folks who's like, I think I'd prefer not a million things on the screen. But this bit won't last forever, so hopefully. I was trying to find like some Twitch safe bangers. Okay, there we go. I've opted to look away from the screen to help with my overstimulation. I'm not even looking at the screen myself as the bit is happening. But But you know what? I'm here to make sure that you guys get the things that you need. So let me just, we've got some Minecraft parkour coming up next. So if you'll just give me a second, because we have a corner that currently doesn't have anything going on in it. And I'm really worried that folks are going to come in and they're going to see that corner and they're going to be like, wow, this streamer is not about providing quality content for me at all times. So, you know, I just want to make sure that that's like fully squared away. Yeah, it's about you guys. At the end of the day, it's about you guys. That's what streaming is about. Streaming is about you guys. Ignore everything that I said earlier about how this stream was about me, okay? I wasn't like wrong. But maybe there's something to be said for the fact that like streaming is kind of about you guys and like the stuff that you might want. But like most of the time I don't really care about that, you know? I can't do 2 sounds at once or else I would do that bit, but you have no idea what's going on? Well, welcome to the Gremlin Mae experience. I really want you guys to feel taken care of and loved when you're on my stream. If that means I've got to have 3 different sensory videos running for you while we have a support Markiplier in the corner, I'll do that for you guys, okay? I'm here for you. This really is peak generational content because we've got something for the babies, we got something for the kids, we got something for the millennials. We got something for the Gen Zs. I'm all about providing content that's accessible to multiple people. In reality, what I'm doing right now is attempting to speedrun overstimulation. I'd like to see how many people I can get overstimulated before I also get overstimulated. Right now, you are participating in a neurodivergence Olympics of my own crafting that no one actually asked for or really wanted. So I just want you to know that I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna be so good at this. I do feel like I'm gonna throw up watching this Minecraft parkour right now. But I'm doing so good. Inclusivity, Neuro Olympics. If nothing else, the Gremlin Mae experience is about making sure that we're inclusive, you know? Honestly, it's very easy to zone out and just watch it. I hate that this is working for me. I'm like so mad that this is working for me. Oh my god. I'm like zoning in and zoning out. It's great. It's so good. I just want you to know that if you come to this stream and you're like, you know, I'm just a weird little guy and I don't know if the world's gonna love me or whatever, just know you're not alone. All of us here are weird little guys who just want to sit here and watch Minecraft parkour and dancing fruit videos and Subway Surfers and Markiplier, so you're in good company. More like neurodivergent May, am I right? Thank you for 4 months, Olivia. Oh, oh, I can't believe I didn't think of this. Wait, hold on. You know what I just thought about? I'm very worried that if I'm not playing the Twitch safe lo-fi that they will mute this section of the stream and I won't be able to get it back, and I would be so freaking sad about that because I thought this bit's really good. And I did not record this as I should have. Here, let me take fishing off real quick. There we go. Oh, I'm that flavor of autism too. I love oxygen not included. We got Mega. Thank you so much, Mega. Brain rot? No, my brain's already rotted. I'm only made of snot. So brain snot, brain snot, brain snot, brain snot, brain snot, brain snot, brain snot. I spend a lot of time thinking about what quality content is, you know, especially as a streamer. And then I do shit like this and everyone's like, we love this. This is the funniest thing you've ever done. And I'm like, I think that quality content is actually something you can't create willingly sometimes. In terms of streams, it kind of needs to be the stupidest thing you've ever thought of, you know? And then people will be like, this is so good. You've brought us so much joy and hope, you know? This is peak content. And we got here through brain rot, you know? You've been unable to pull yourself from this? Makes sense. Makes sense. You've been unable to pull yourself from it because it's peak content. You know? Oh, I'm sorry. Consider Markiplier's most popular videos are woof, meow, and contemplating a banana. So true. So true. And then his next biggest ones are like FNAF. Which I think I told you guys I watched half of the FNAF movie and then I stopped midway through and went like, oh, that's enough for me. Aw, Rainbow, are you getting randomly sentimental again, babes? Like, what's going on? Guys, stop thanking me for everything like I'm about to die. If it's your YouTube stats, hun, I'm aware. You're doing great. I'm very proud of you. I'm glad you took that plunge. No, stop thanking me for everything like I am dying. I am not dying. I might be, but no. Stop. Don't do this to me. I'm so sad. May will get to see the rest of 2026 with us. Guys, I have the flu. I'm not dying. I know that cough sounded pretty bad, but I'm not dying. I'll miss the quality content. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. You guys are what's gonna kill me. I'd like to say a few words about our dearly departed streamer, Gremlin Mae. If I may just have a moment of your attention. We really appreciated her dedication to the content. Her fat ass, her big brain, her want to give us all the things in life that she could. She lusted after vampires with a fire that had previously been unknown. One of my favorite noises of hers was how she would go, ah, every time she thought about vampires. I just want us all to appreciate her and to love her for who she was. She's not dead. She just currently has the flu and she sounds really fucking awful. So shout out to her, and I hope she starts to feel better. She's a bit of a bitch, but we love her. Thanks so much. Yeah. I'm so fucking funny, dude. I'm like the funniest person you've ever met. Oh my god. Ah, it's so hard being this funny. It is a burden that I bear.
Did I ever mention that?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am Atlas, holding the world in my hands, and the world is made of your laughter. The world is a series of Keck W's that I must build bit by bit. I have built your algorithm brick by brick, honey. I'm the one doing it because I'm so funny. She's clip farming. She's clip farming. She's clip farming. Ah! That she passed and left us with this pre-recorded stream. You are the one who put all the Minecraft tutorials in my For You page. I am. I looked away for 5 minutes to make breakfast. What the fuck? When? I'm bringing you peak content. I don't know what you're talking about. This is the best stream of 2026. I don't think this can be disputed that this is the greatest single stream of 2026. Dude, this Minecraft parkour stuff seems really hard. I know you guys can't really see it, but it's like what I've been watching. Oh no. This is genuinely your best stream of the year. Thank you so much. You guys know me so well. I'm gonna eat some peanut butter straight out of the jar because I've got snot in my nose. Thanks, Pond. I don't really care about the Subway server, but here, I'll do this for you guys. We'll switch Minecraft parkour and dancing fruit. Yeah, that's good. You have brownies in the oven? That sounds so exciting, Shane. Crunchy or creamy? It is dark roasted, crunchy, dark roasted peanut butter spread. Yeah, you gotta share those brownies. Oh, Jibber, do you have any suggestions for what to put on? Okay, I'll pause my. Oh! Is this really a modern viewing experience if you don't have 50 things on the screen? Yeah. If I had a GIF. Oh, actually, I do have a GIF of myself. I have one singular GIF of myself that we could put on screen. You guys are gonna laugh when I pull it up. Gonna be like, wow, May. This one, that's the only GIF you've ever gotten commissioned, and it's true. This is the only GIF I've ever had commissioned. Oh, it ran away. Wow. You made rank and you're moving to Japan in a couple of months. Congrats, Shane. Dude, that's big. Oh, I'm happy for you, dude. That's great. Also, we do have ads. The only one I'm going to pause is the Minecraft parkour. I'm so sorry. I'm not pausing any of the others. Largely because the Markiplier one is a GIF, but hypnotizing. Oh, you know what? You're right. We gotta see if we can let's see, what is that thing called? What are they? Dingle dangle. Dangly thing. What is a hypnotist dangly thing? A pendulum! I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, hold on. I'll oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Guys, all of our videos froze. Okay, they're okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You guys enjoy your videos. I can bring the fishing back, but it's on top of Markiplier. Let's see. Ba-da-da-ba. Mega! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What the heck? Thank you. What? Pocky just got one. Thank you. And Nefu? Oh! Thank you. Thank you. You were full of snot last week, Spring King. It happens. God, I wish I was on top of Markiplier. Who said that? Who said that? Wait, which one of my videos went out? Oh. There just wasn't a lot going on. I'm just gonna put a Factorio video over here. Bum bum. Me marmer. I feel like we're missing like one thing. Do you know what I mean? I don't even know where to put this girly pop. I think she's got to go behind chat. Well, I don't have enough room for another video. I guess what we could do is we could take Markiplier. Provided I could find him. Oh no. Oh, guys, I have too many. I have too many things. Uh-huh. Ah, there we go. Jingle jangle. That is it. We could just put Mark like, I don't know, over here. Like down in the corner. Yeah. There we go. And then we could add another one. Hold on. Would you say hydraulic press? Hi, Pope. Oh, wait. You know what we should do? Just I don't want it to be satisfying ASMR. Okay, I found it. Why am I still doing this bit? I don't know. I think because it's working on me too. I feel really calm now. There, that should be great. You're like, what am I doing? No, I'm not playing Factorio. That's a Factorio tutorial that's running. Oh. Okay. Guys, I had an idea. I want to hear your thoughts on this idea. What if okay. My brain stopped working. Give me a second. I need to find the parkour videos. Those helped me lock in. Hold on. Okay, so what if instead of, you know, the Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, what if we were the Fae Scouts, right? And I did the Fae Mae rebrand and we were the Fae Scouts. And you guys could earn little badges if we learned new stuff together. What do we think of that? And I could get a little scout leader outfit and everything. And we could earn little badges for completing games. Can you sell cookies? Oh! Ooh, maybe we could. Hi, Necro. What the fuck is going on? We're having a good time. Well, I was thinking that when we did the Pokeathon, we could earn our Pokemon badges. No. I locked in because of the parkour. Like, we're the Face Scouts. And everybody can join, no matter their age or their gender. What happened while you were gone? I made sure that this was the best stream of 2026. See, Ash, that's what I was thinking. Have I taken my meds? I have not taken my meds since April. But I don't know why you're asking that question right now. Why would me having up 4 sensory videos and 3 different GIFs on the screen right now constitute you asking if I've taken my ADHD meds? Okay, that's quite rude, actually. Just wanted to let you know. Am I actively watching the Minecraft parkour in order to stay focused enough to be able to talk to you guys right now? Yeah, but what does that have to do with me not taking Adderall? Like, come on. Hey, thanks for letting me clip farm. What was I saying? Oh, right. I think, I think us being the Phase Scouts would give us like a little identity, and I would have to think about how we would do like the badges. I don't know how we display them unless we had a big Minecraft world where we kept all our badges. And you could show off your badges. But I think a Minecraft server would be too hard to start. So maybe like a Discord channel. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is like if you earned a certain number of badges, then you I showed you my badge, please respond. Well, like, because I was thinking if you guys had big life accomplishments, like where I'm gonna call you out, like Lightcore graduated college, uni, my bad. And so, like, I could make him like a little badge that had a little graduation cap on it. And then he'd have the graduated from uni badge. But you have to have done the thing like while you're in chat with me. Otherwise, I'd have a graduated from college badge. But like, you know. And then we could have, I was thinking we could do a stream where we learned how to mend a sock. And I'd like draw the badges and everything, even though they'd look like shit. And that would be our little thing. I think I'm gonna definitely lean into the Fae thing, but I want to, because Fae Scouts to me sounds really fun, because you could be like, the Fae Scouts are coming, the Fae Scouts are coming. But I wanted to think through it, run it by you guys, and then see what ways we could implement it, you know? Yeah. Oh, did you make another emote? I love that. Wait, what if you guys drew your own Fae Scout uniforms? I remember Buff Pup has something similar to that, where you can like submit your like identity or pup identity, I think. It's so cute, Ash. I love it. But you guys could like, you could draw your own scout uniforms. Oh my goodness. I bet we could find, let me pull up another window. Let's see. Wait, why did that go away? What is that thing called? Pit crew? Let's see. Yeah, pit crew. Oh my god, everything froze. Oh no. Oh, that's my library in Google Sheets. I just gotta make sure they're all working again. Hold on. Because I tried to open pit crew. It's not well optimized. Sen has that too? Ah. Well, I was thinking we could find a little pit crew because I love oh, is that parkour one over? Okay, we got a new parkour. Yeah, we could make a little template. Wait, what do I? Rainbow, I'm so proud of you if you're still here. Hi, Alan. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm glad you got a gift sub. This is not normally what it looks like. Oh, cat rave. That's a good one. My computer is currently having a little bit of difficulty having all of this stuff up and running, but yeah, see, my browsers keep oh, it's nice to meet you, Mega. Thank you so much for the gift subs and the subscription. Okay, we got it working again. Oh, it froze. It does not like that I'm trying to do stuff on my browser. This only really works if I'm not doing stuff. It's probably because I'm using Brave as a browser. It does this sometimes. Just freaks out. How much dedicated WAM do I need to run these sensory videos? How much dedicated WAM? I need to know. Dedicated WAM. Well, I like Brave because of the privacy stuff it touts, but also keep in mind there is a bunch of crypto stuff on it. I don't know, like, I don't know if they support crypto. I mean, I assume they do, but like, I just see it on the front page sometimes when I open it, but I don't really pay attention to it, so. I think they've been pretty big on crypto for a long time, but again, I haven't paid attention, so. Oh, weird. That's, yeah. I don't. Browsers, I would like to find one that I enjoy, but so far I haven't. It's been 1 week since you talked to me. It's been hard to find one that I enjoy. Why did I put on my hat? I put on my hat on accident. I need to grab a snack real quick. I know that's a chromium based one, I'm pretty sure. So it's like the same as using Chrome, I believe. All I know is that all browsers use a ton of RAM. Like a ton of RAM. And it's crazy. I would like to understand that more, but I really don't. Doesn't make any sense to me. Personally. I think I'm gonna get some of those Trader Joe's fake Takis, but I'm kind of stuck looking at the Minecraft parkour. I do think I want to. I have decided I'm going to write that Factorio parody for part of that factory, part of their world, and the RimWorld video is coming, but I can't work on it right now because my voice is so bad. And we got the climbing video out today, but it's not going to do well because it's just a climbing video and like people aren't gonna watch that. So I still like making that stuff. It was fun to react to, but I need to find like absolute fucking slop to react to if I want it to do well on YouTube. So hi Sterno, how are you? It's good to see you. I'm sorry, I'm talking very cynically about reacting to stuff. Or I have to get into Warhammer, which I don't think I can. I don't know. I'd like to find something interesting. Like, I enjoyed watching Tetra's, like, reaction to Pars, like, the Australia stuff. I don't want to do true crime just because it's so hard to handle well, and I don't think I'm personally equipped to handle, like, to make sure that I handle it with the delicacy and care that it needs. Because, like, you're talking about real victims, you know? Like, that fucking sucks. Yeah, it can be a lot, yeah. What about fake crime? Love fake crime. Do ARG type stuff? I did have a stint where I learned a lot about ARG stuff because I wanted to make my own ARG. I had this whole idea about it would be called the Ship of Theseus, and basically it was kind of like a story. It was about a girl who she had been entrusted with a book called the Ship of Theseus, and it actually wasn't a singular book. It was a book that had been written on over and over and over again throughout the years, and she had been like held like, okay, so the book has been written since basically forever, but it's not a singular book. It's a collection of like a bunch of books, and those books are being held in a library. And so she, the person the ARG is about, has been told that she is now a keeper of the Ship of Theseus, but she has to like find where the library is. And she has to do like a bunch of puzzles and stuff. I even like made a crossword puzzle for it and everything, and like I got really into it. I had a musical puzzle that went with it that you had to decode. It was really cool. I had a great time like figuring out how it worked, but I never finished it. Anyway, I got really into ARG stuff. I don't really like the ARG that's like, I like the goofy ARGs, you know? I should finish it and then react to it. I'm reacting to my own thing, yeah. I love House of Leaves. What a good book. Which one is it, Blonde? Dun, 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 dun. You guys can always throw videos you'd like me react to in the Mom Look at This channel. Um, well, that's the thing. If a bunch of other VTubers have already reacted to it, like, what's the point? Thoughts on Gunpla? I don't have any. I've never really, I'd love is that the thing where you build stuff? I want to build stuff. I want to build Legos. How do I do a Gunpla? What's a Gunpla? I'm so excited to do it, but what is it? Someone teach me a Gunpla. BRB posting the most traumatizing true crime content. Olivia, I would give you a little smooch if you could find true crime that hasn't been covered by Last Podcast on the Left and that I haven't listened to at least twice. Because y'all have to understand, I've been listening to Last Podcast on the Left for a decade now. They are my favorite podcast. I've been there through thick and thin with them. I have listened to every episode more than once. I've listened to the L. Ron Hubbard series at least 6 times. That is probably my favorite series that they've done. And like, they are not an unproblematic podcast, but they have brought me a lot of entertainment over the years, and I really, really like them. And I feel like the guys who produce it, especially Marcus, are by and large, like, I think Marcus is a good person from everything he has talked about and done over the years. Seems like a good guy, and I enjoy his content quite a lot. So I mean, with true crime, I think there's no way to be completely unproblematic, right? And they are also a comedy true crime podcast, so there are going to be points where they make fun of the victims. They do their very, very best not to, but like, there are times where they do because there is a bit there and they go for it. So goes and commits a crime to make a true crime video for you to react to. I really appreciate y'all's dedication as chatters to me as a person. You know, I really appreciate that. That means a lot. That you would go out and commit a crime so that I can react to it later on when it becomes a true crime video. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go grab a snack real quick. I will be right back. Enjoy your enrichment time. BRB. I'm back. I know I talk a lot about trying to get my channel to blow up. I did want to say, like, I do want gradual growth. That is something. Like, I want people to care about my content. You know? What is this brain rot weirdness? We got a few things going on right now, buddy. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. These taste so good. Okay. We're moving from the brain rot. Watch out. I'm closing 4 brain rot tabs. I'm eating fake Takis from Trader Joe's. Okay. Actually, hold on. We're gonna go back to this real quick. You're not gonna see the brain rot though. What's up, goobers? Welcome back to my second ever Gremlin reacts on my channel. I'm still really sick. I just turned off 4 tabs of brain rot on stream. You too could experience this if you came to twitch.tv/Gremlin Mae. You tell them, chat. You tell them how much that you love this stream. If anybody mentions that they are in my basement, you will be banned from chat. All right, moving on. We're going to be reacting to Gunpla today. The concept of Gunpla. I'm just going to be finding out what the heck Gunpla is. I literally don't know. I think it's building something. We're going to be watching videos and reacting to it. You could come watch me do stuff like this, probably when I'm less sick. At any time, Wednesday through Sunday, 12 p.m. CST. Oh my God, I burped. Just come watch me. All right, we're going to get into our Gunpla now. Oh my God, I forgot to record that. Guys, you know what? I'm just gonna download this whole fucking VOD today. I'm just gonna download this whole fucking VOD and it'll be fine. Oh, hi Halo. All right, we're gonna go learn what a Gunpla is. Nobody tell me. How you doing, Halo? Okay. How do I react to the... I felt so smart. I was like, I'm gonna react to the concept of a Gunpla, but it. I'm sorry, I had to die. Oh my God. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Yeah, you bitches are lucky I pre-recorded this Gunpla react stream for you. Anyway, let's find out what a Gunpla is. Turn your sound up. Okay, let me turn this music off. Okay. Dude, I'm going full react streamer because I'm like, what do we have here? So loud. Okay. Is that better? I'm gonna give him the subscribe. Okay. You know, this makes me think of the little Warhammer sets that my brother used to build. Why does it click so much? Did I accidentally put this on 2 times speed? I think this is normal speed. Okay, so these guys are kind of like Optimus Prime, right? They're similar, just no glue required. Ah. Honestly, Plonde, I don't really know. They're giant robots. So it's Optimus Prime. Like Megazords, for one. Do they have lore? Or are you just building these guys because they look really cool? I thought they were Gundam. So, is Gunpla the same as Gundam? They are mechs. Okay, so they're not robots. They are piloted by people. Gunpla is the name of the plastic models. Yes, Gunpla is Gundams. Okay. How much does one of these sets cost? $1 billion? Like, I feel like they've got to be at least 40 to 60 US doll hairs. By the grade? Oh, I still got the little hard eyes going on. I'm sorry about that, guys. They go up pretty high. 20 euros. Oh. This is good. I guess I won't edge you guys on this. We can see the finished model. I hate to say that guy just looks like Optimus Prime to me. I feel like a 40-year-old mom going, "Is that Optimus Prime from the TV show? Oh, that's that Optimus Prime. Oh my, you love those Transformers, don't you? Oh, I'm so glad I could get you something that you like." So, skipping from the Gunpla edging straight to the Gunpla aftercare. I got you, babes. The anime girls are scary? This is some god tier editing. Holy shit. What? Huh. Holy fuck, that was crazy. That part where she like stood the fuck up with her own chest. Like, oop, let me get that. Oh my god, that's crazy. Build your own Gundam girl. It says I've watched this before. I've never watched this. I feel like YouTube's trying to give me, I don't know. What is this?
I got you.
Oh. I don't want to watch something that could get copyright struck. Literally the second coolest thing you've ever seen. Oh. Get his ass! Get his ass! That look. Hold on. That hair with that lipstick. Oh! Excuse me, man? Calm down. Some people's wives are on this app. He reprogrammed the AIs.
書き換えた AI にワクチンプログラムを流し込んどいたのが効いたらしいな。人の感情などどうにしてくれ。
You threw away your human feelings long ago. Yes! Get him! Go, go, go! Oh, woo! Bah! All sides. Yes! Okay, what the fuck? Interesting. That was great. I loved that. I didn't really know what was going on, but it seemed really nice. There was a lot of energy there. I'm still going with the tried and true, just looking up Gunpla. Okay, so... Oh!
So, you want to start building Gunpla, but
I
maybe you don't
do.
know where to start. But that's okay.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. After all, where does one even begin with such a massive hobby? With so much misinformation and so many misconceptions surrounding the hobby, it's very easy for beginners to be turned away and intimidated at first glance. But that's why I'm here, to clear up any misconceptions or questions you might have about this hobby. If you're looking to learn about Gunpla, stick around, because I'm about to turn your intimidation into excitement. My name is UC Gundam, and welcome to the ultimate beginner's guide to Gunpla.
Oh my god. Do you think that's like a play on UC, like University? Well, I guess it would be University of California Gundam. Okay, I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. Never mind.
Now, before we get started, there's a couple of things I wanted to touch on. I'll try not to say too much, but these are important, so bear with me. First off, this is not a video on how to customize your Gunpla. In this video, we will only be covering the bare basics of what Gunpla is, how to get into the hobby, and how to snap together your very first Gunpla kit. So if you're looking for
learning
a
about
tutorial on
Gunpla.
how to panel line, or how to paint your kits, or do custom scribing, or anything like that, you're not going to find it here, and I'm sorry. This is a guide for the absolute beginner. Now, secondly, this video will be heavily categorized. Information will be separated into digestible chunks, and if you scroll down, there will be a pinned comment with a table of contents including timestamps to each category. This way, if you need something specific answered, you don't have to watch the whole video, you can just skip right to the section you need. That being said, if you enjoy the video and you find it informative, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel. Anyways, that's all I've got to say before we get started, so let's get right into it. Now there's a few misconceptions I've heard floating around from time to time from people discussing Gunpla who don't really know anything about the hobby. And no, I don't mean people spreading misinformation to try to lead people astray. I just mean more like misconceptions that newcomers may have that might deter them from wanting to get into Gunpla. The first one I always hear about is, do you need to paint Gunpla? I can't tell you how
Do you need to paint Gunpla?
many times I've suggested that somebody get into Gunpla and I get, but I don't want to build Gunpla because I don't want to have to paint my model kits. Well, then you're in luck because you don't have to paint them. In fact, painting your Gunpla kits is usually considered customizing or going the extra mile. The plastic parts for Gunpla kits are already pre-colored for you. Aside from maybe some fine details and some possible color correcting stickers, what you'll usually get straight out of the box is more or less a color accurate model kit. Now, of course, if you do want to go that extra mile, you definitely can paint your model kits, and a lot of people do, but it's not required. Misconception number 2 would be, isn't Gunpla hard to build? And to that I would say, no, it's actually very straightforward and simple. Even for a first time or brand new beginner, as long as you can follow labels and picture instructions, you will be fine. Generally, there's absolutely no glue required for assembly, and I only say generally because I think there's some random old kits that may require some glue here and there, but for the most part, everything just snaps together. Assembly
I do already have a Dremel Gundam. I want Gundam sets, but they're ladies with giant titties. Does that exist?
is almost always easy, and once you know what you're looking at, the instructions are easy to follow as well. So don't be worried or intimidated about having to assemble some super difficult complex thing, when in reality it's more akin to building a Lego set. You just have to cut the parts out yourself. Now the last misconception I would like to clear up is, doesn't it cost a lot of money? Well, yes, but also technically no. It's all up to you on how much you want to spend, and actually a lot of the kits that you'd probably want to start off as a beginner can be found for around $10 to $20. However, if you're like me and you absolutely get sucked into the hobby, you may find yourself spending a lot more money than you originally envisioned. Trust me, my wallet's been a lot so cool ever since I found out about this hobby. So that's about it for the misconceptions, or at least the ones that I commonly hear. The main thing I'd like everyone to take away from this is basically, if you're nervous or intimidated about starting to build Gunpla, don't be. I promise you, it's not as bad as you think, and almost everyone can do it.
It's a Gundam!
Now, if you are a true beginner, one question on your mind might be, what is Gunpla? Well,
what is Gunpla?
The thing that keeps me broke and could probably be classified as an actual addiction at this point. But seriously, Gunpla is the official name given by Bandai to their line of plastic model kits based on the series Mobile Suit.
Like Bandai Namco? Like the Pokemon people? Are these the same people? Yeah? Okay.
Gundam. And if you don't know what Mobile Suit Gundam is, it's a TV show with its first series that premiered in 1979. And it's about space and death. And, wow, cool robot. Anyways, nobody really cares about that. Back to Gunpla. So the word Gunpla itself is a portmanteau of Gundam and Plamo. Plamo being shorthand for plastic model. So essentially, Gunpla means Gundam plastic model. So to summarize, if it's a model kit of something from Mobile Suit Gundam, it's Gunpla. It doesn't even necessarily have to be made by Bandai. Sure, that is their official term for their line of kits, but there is Gunpla made by third-party sellers such as brands like Supernova. People might argue the semantics of whether a third-party kit can be considered Gunpla, but you don't need to concern yourself with that. All you need to know is that Gunpla means Gundam plastic model. Okay. Well, blammo! So it looks like you've got your first Gunpla kit in front of you, huh? Well, I bet you're pretty excited to tear into it and go to town. I am. Huh? But where are your tools? You are going to use the right tools, right? Hey, yeah. What are you doing? No, stop. What are you doing? You can't just pull the parts off the runners with your grubby little hands. Stop. Start over. Alright, so seriously now, you do need some tools before you can get started working on Gunpla. If we're being extremely basic, you only need one. All you really need to assemble your first Gunpla kit is a pair of hobby cutters. These are commonly referred to as side cutters or nippers. This is the tool you'll be using to cut parts off of runners. And if you don't...
You're not called nippers! Tee-hee, that's a big hoo-hoo!
don't know what runners are, don't worry, I will be explaining it later. Now people might be wondering, what brand should I go with, which side cutter should I pick out?
They nip
if you're
away.
just starting out, it doesn't really matter as long as they look something like this. Of course, cheaper
I used to
cutters
have
will
some of
not do
those
as
for
good of a
my 3D
job as
printer.
expensive ones, but if you're just starting and you're just looking to get the job done, don't sweat it. I still to this day personally use a pair of generic cutters and they work just fine. Of course,
Don't use
if
some
you do
nippers
want
on your
something
nippers.
high-end and you're looking for the best cutters
So
you
true.
can get, you could look into something like God Hand because those are usually regarded as some of the best ones you can get. However, like I
God Hand?
said, if you're a total beginner, don't sweat it. Just make sure you have a pair of one of these on hand. Now, one other tool that I would recommend that you have on hand is either an X-Acto
So
knife
unserious.
or some form of sandpaper or files. Basically, what these will be used for is to clean up the surface of the part after you cut it off of the
I
runner.
have a
This process
Dremel.
is called nub removal, but I will explain that in a later segment. All you need to have handy as a basic beginner is a pair of side cutters and either an X-Acto knife or some sandpaper. I also personally like to have a
Dremel!
cutting mat under anything I'm working on. So now that you know what tools you need, it's time to pick out a kit to work on. But you
I have
might
a
be
ton of
asking,
cutting mats.
where do you buy Gunpla from? Don't worry, I'll tell you everything
God.
you need to know right now.
God Hands was my nickname in college. That one got me. A Dremel is way too aggressive to use on Playma. Oh, that's good to know.
So you're in the market to buy Gunpla, but the question is, where do you get it from? Maybe you've looked around and haven't really found anything, maybe you've even looked at a few local hobby shops with no luck. But don't worry, you still have plenty of options available to you. The vast majority of your Gunpla shopping will probably have to be done online. Of course, there are some physical retailers that do stock Gunpla. If you're in the West like
Let me see if the hobby
specifically
shop
America,
near me
you
is
have
still
to remember that Gunpla
a
is a
thing.
niche within an already pretty niche hobby. Over in Japan, they have Gunpla in 7-Elevens, but over here the pickings are often pretty slim as far as physical sales go. However, certain places like Barnes & Noble and even some GameStops do stock Gunpla, albeit in small amounts. I'm personally fortunate enough to live next to a couple of hobby stores that stock a ton of
Oh,
it, but I know
damn.
that's not the case for everyone. So if you are like most people and have no physical retailers or very limited supply near you, here are some places you can go to find excellent Gunpla selections online. Some of the largest trusted names in Gunpla shopping are HobbyLink Japan, USA Gundam Store, Gundam Planet, Mandarake, and you can even get Gunpla on Amazon. Those are the main places that many people tend to buy their kits from. However, there are still a few smaller businesses here and there that carry Gunpla too. And thanks to developments from Bandai as of late,
Okay, so it looks like my local hobby store, they sell a lot of Warhammer stuff, comics, Magic the Gathering. I don't know if they sell any Gunpla. What was that brand you guys were talking about? The Mecha Masume? Here, I'm gonna call them. Hi, I was wondering if you guys have any Gunpla? Okay, do you have any of the Mecha Masume? Oh, that's okay. That's okay. If you don't know, that's totally fine. I just I was looking for that one in particular, but I'm happy to just come and browse and see if y'all have it. So that's totally fine. Oh, that's okay. That's yeah. Oh, I literally only learned what it was today, and I was told that was a brand I think I might like. So Heavy Arms, okay. Like when I was young, I built some Warhammer stuff, but that was like a long time ago. So,
One that I give to beginners, like I strongly recommend them doing. It's only $50. It's the prototype Gundam. It's entry grade.
okay. Actually, no, I haven't quite learned about that yet. I'm working on it right now. Yeah.
High grade is where it's like the beginner level.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
Does it, and which primarily they're the ones that have it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever I don't even know what GSD is, so I just try to stick with the. I'm an experienced builder.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Beginner would probably be good.
Okay, and what was that the set that you recommended? What was that called again?
You come up here, I'll show you. It's the RX-782 Gundam. It's the prototype
782.
of the original movie. It's not that difficult.
Mm-hmm.
If that seems like it's not enough for you, then I would switch over to the high grade. And there's a lot of really cool high grades.
Okay, awesome. Well, like I said, I literally just learned what they were today, and I wanted to see if you guys had any so I could, buy it local. You also have a lot of Warhammer? Okay, that's good. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Bye. That was so great. Go to your local hobby store. He was like, I build a lot of it. I have a bunch I can recommend. But he didn't seem to know a bunch about it. And then he ended with, well, we also have a lot of Warhammer. Go to your local hobby store. That was so good. I loved that. I loved that. I did mute it when they said the name of the store just to make sure you know, but great. It was great. Thank you guys for letting me take the time. He did recommend the RX-782 prototype, and he kind of explained the grades a little bit to me. Yeah. Oh, the Warhammer kits are so expensive. I do know that much. This would be a fun thing to build on stream, in my opinion. Grandpa recommended. Yeah, he said that it's from the original movie. Definitely very good. So that would be fun. Because I love building little things. I've talked about getting Lego before, but the Lego sets are really expensive. I'm not gonna lie. I have a few of them up on my throne, but I almost don't want people to buy them because, it seems so expensive. Warhammer looks fun. It's a shame it's so hard to get into. Like, I kind of wish there was I'm sure there's a guide about how to get into Warhammer, but yeah, maybe I should just watch a guide on exactly how to get into Warhammer. So, did he mention what grade? He mentioned 3 different grades. He said something about a high grade, a master grade, and a real grade. And he said the beginner or the high grade were the ones that, well, he said to start with the entry grade or the beginner grade. And then he said, if that was not enough, to go to the high grade. So he wasn't trying to upsell me on it, which I really appreciated. Yeah. Fire teams game mode. That's like my friend being like, don't get into Commander, Magic the Gathering. It's bad. Just play Vintage Cube online. And I was like, okay. Or actually, the way that he plays Vintage Cube is they bought fake versions of all the Vintage Cube stuff. And are we fulfilling the recent trend of getting VTubers to react to Bricky's Warhammer videos? We could do it. We could do it. You decided you were just gonna be satisfied with the lore in video games. We gotta finish with our gunpla, and then we can do a react to Bricky. Wow. Well, I guess, like, is there anything more to learn about gunpla? I mean, I'm sure there's a billion things to learn about gunpla, but maybe we should table this until... Is it, like... Is there a gunpla lore? Every Gundam timeline explained. It's an hour long. How to finally get into Gundam. Oh, hey, this is the one that the guy said I should get. The 782. But they started him on the perfect grade. Oh. Okay. So we'll definitely, I will go by that hobby shop. They're not too far from me. Let me see how far they are. I can't go right now because I'm sick and I don't want to get anyone else sick. The dude was like, oh yeah, come on by. And I was like, can you not hear that I'm literally made of snot right now? Like, I appreciate you trying to get me to come, but like... Okay, so like the hobby store is like a half-ish hour drive from me. So, yeah. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah, I don't want to infect the staff of my local game store. I did. Did you guys like my perfect customer service voice? Okay, Harp, the funny thing is I was like, I wish I could just take stream with me when I went. I wish I could like have you guys on a little phone call while I went. Which I guess I could, but then like I can't manage chat. Gwen. Anyway, I'm gonna run to the restroom. This will conclude our Gundam learning for the day. They did have entry grade grandpa, so we are gonna get the entry grade RX 782. I'm so excited about this. I didn't know they were so cheap. I have learned so much about Gunpla. It feels really easy to get into now. Honestly, I thought they were going to be like Warhammer where the sets are really expensive. And so like I'm just like I'm really excited. Now I want to go get it and get started on it. I'll have to figure out I have to wait for my new ring light to show up. So I could make a vid. The thing is like I guess I could show you guys all the gunpla that I was looking at, but I've never filmed in real life, so I feel weird filming in real life, especially when there are people around. Anyway, yeah, I didn't know they were like $20. I'm gonna run to the restroom. This is our gunpla. Let's do our little outro real quick. What's up, goobers? Thank you so much for watching my May learns what the heck Gunpla is and also calls her local game store video reacting to the concept of Gunpla. I feel like we learned a lot today, and we're going to be building Gunpla on stream pretty soon, so why don't you go ahead and hit that like, subscribe, and then go on over to twitch.tv/Gremlin Mae and give me a follow so that you can join my little group of goobers. All right, thank you so much. 10 out of 10 phone call gameplay, so hard. Oh my god, I forgot all the shit's on the screen. Fuck. Oh wow, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, bathroom, BRB. All right, goobers. What bricky video do I react to? Oh, we got to do our intro. Hold on. Oh, we got to go back here. What's up, goobers? My name's Gremlin Mae. I'm really snotty and sick right now. I'm streaming on twitch.tv/Gremlin Mae as I'm recording this right now. Normally I don't sound this weird. And I'm going to be reacting to Bricky's Warhammer videos because every VTuber is doing it right now and I feel really left out. So I want to learn. I want to find out what's going on. I was told that I could do this and have a good time. I will probably not stick with this long term, but I do want to enjoy it for right now. I am somebody who has the type of autism that this would work well for. So we're gonna give it a go. We're gonna raw dog some Warhammer stuff. Also, Bricky's kind of attractive. Y'all should have led with that. Anyway, we're gonna get started now. Let's go. All right. I think I said that. Okay, what? Bricky intro. He's a pretty man. I tried to watch the Every Faction Explained, but it was a little slow for me. I need a smaller video to get me started. Warhammer Faction. Because this one, okay, so when we watched this one, he spent so long talking about this dude. The Emperor. He talked about the Emperor for so long. Was it him that talked about the Emperor for like an hour, it felt like? I don't know. We watched some video. Yeah, God Emperor. Okay. Well, I'll try it again.
In the kind brightness of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy—
Oh, wait, I remember the Necron. Those are the guys who made the deal with the dead gods, and then they got fucked over by the dead gods. Or something. Yeah. He's the person but then we got 11 minutes in and I was like, this is 2 hours long. This is so long, dude. Okay. I remember some of it. I thought the Necron were pretty cool, pretty sick. What were we at right before that? I'm sorry, I sound like a little goblin right now. Okay.
Now are being used as machines of war in the form of imperial knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in size, skin color, appendages, cat ears, sometimes. Some would go so far to become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the Galactic Core and their immense supercomputers, forming the Leagues of Votan. After an incredible—
I need captions, I can't hear him.
And books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of Man would be firmly established. This, however, would not last. Be it intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars—
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember this.
The favorite son of the Emperor, Horus, would fall to the powers of chaos and turn on his father. This betrayal, this backstabbing, this heresy, this Horus heresy would result—
Everybody stop. We're gonna clap for Bricky. We're clapping for Bricky. Clap for Bricky. He said Horus heresy. I don't know why that's important, but it sounds so good. Let's get some clappies. He said the thing. Isn't that the name of the book or something?
In a split in the Imperium with devastating consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the force—
Okay. Now, hold on. I don't know much about Warhammer, but I'm gonna guess that the guys that didn't fall to chaos are just called the Space Marines. I'm just taking a gander there. That we've got our Chaos Space Marines and our Space Marines. I don't mean to flex my big brain, but I'm thinking that's what we got.
Of the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor.
She figured out Warhammer,
on
that's
the
it.
golden throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal, the Adeptus Custodes. The Imperium would be vulnerable during this age of rebirth, and Terra would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orcs. As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would become...
Okay, so I have a question. So there was the Emperor, and he had all his sons around him, right? And then one of his sons betrayed him and went to chaos. And then now one of his sons is in charge, and he's surrounded himself by a bunch of dudes, one might say, who are like his sons. I might speculate that one of them will betray him. Hi, Mara. Several. Okay, well, I might speculate that these dudes that are like him might betray him. Yeah, I think Horus is going to get betrayed back. He's going to be like, tu Brute, you stole my move.
Become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure. And the Imperium would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the...
Okay, I hate to do this. I really hate to do this, guys. It's incomparable. Bricky? Hey, Bricky? Hey, Bricky, could you come here? Listen, like, I don't mean to get on to you, and, like, it's not a big deal. It really is not a big deal. But it is pronounced incomparable. And, like, it's not like it ruined your video for me or anything, because it didn't. It hasn't. But, like, I just wanted to let you know, because I don't want somebody on the internet to, like, call you out for that. And that would be kind of embarrassing if they did. So, yeah. You could, like, hit me up if you wanted to. I don't know if you have, like, a girlfriend or whatever, but, like, I'd love to learn about Warhammer from you, so, like, let me know. Anyway, thanks. I love being parasocial as a bit. Yeah, but, like, somebody who's not as nice as me, you know? I'm really nice, so... How do I feel about people pronouncing ambidextrous as ambidextrous? Yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah, a bit. Absolutely shameless. Yeah.
And create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiarch...
Listen, look at that. Both hands? There's no ring there, honey. There's no ring. Okay, so this is territory that is available or was available 8 months ago, okay? So we shoot our shots when we can. Thank you.
Of the Imperium would end up with one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to pass. And
that girly pop, that's a support from League of Legends. You know? Do you guys know which one I'm talking about? That's a support from League of Legends, except she's blonde, I think.
And we would approach the 40th millennium.
Leona, thank you.
40,000. which, you guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't
Okay, so I have a question. My Warhammer heads. I don't mean to call Bricky out on another pronunciation, but is it actually pronounced Tau or is it T-A-U? Because in the subtitles it said T-A-O, which is normally pronounced Tao when I see it. It's Tau as in T-A-U, like the Greek letter. Ah, okay. You know what? That's my bad. And just so that Bricky knows, I'm capable of saying when I have gotten something wrong. And I think that's a really important trait to have as a partner. I gotta stop this bit. It's getting out of control. I'm sorry, Bricky. You're mine. I shouldn't even apologize to you. I'll never know you in my life. But hey, listen, I'm a thick woman looking for a thick man. Admitting your mistakes is such parasocial girlfriend material for sure. For sure. And before Bricky watches the VOD, oh no, please don't. You should call him Rick since you basically know him. Is that his name? What? I'm a very sick woman. This is so true.
Threats from outside the galaxy, as a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around.
I'm like the Mucinex guy, but if he had tits. Help that. Oh. I know Bricky will never see this, and yet I feel embarrassed that I made that bad of a joke. Stream like your internet crush is watching you. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry.
The Milky Way, the Tyranids, monsters that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way. Be it a direct assault with
Smash. Okay,
their
moving on.
monstrous bug-like presence, or through the more covert gene-stealing
Bye, Halo.
cults, the presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium. In the 41st millennium, there is no peace among the stars. At any point, your life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or by the decroded terror that is the Imperium itself.
Okay, but like we get it.
In the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety of promise and understanding. For in the grim darkness of the far
Is he talking about the US, like circa 2025?
future, there is only war.
An orc fun fact? Yeah. Oh, I actually have a question. Are they orcs O-R-C or are they O-R-K? Ah! I called you out on that before you even corrected yourself. I already know everything about Warhammer. You're good.
A fantastic job once again, Mr. Kurz, the Night Haunter himself. Oh, didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone in his body. And with that, once again, our glorious leader has brought the crime rate to 0%. Always brought to you here on the Strawman News. I'm your host, Bricky. Thank you once again for joining us. Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark, so make sure you pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. Oh, I'm sorry, what's that? Oh, right. It's gone. It's looking to be a chilly one tonight as well, so make sure
I like it when he talks, but I don't really know what's going on right now.
your skin capes are nice and tight. Wait, hold on, one moment.
Okay, I was thinking, give me 1 second. I know we're doing a react right now, but my brain, we turned off the Minecraft parkour and I'm not really able to focus. Do you guys? I was just thinking, what if, I know, because I'm going to use this on YouTube later, but what if we put on some Minecraft parkour underneath it? But I shouldn't do that. No, I'm not doing that. Why do I laugh like a witch that's dying? Actually, I laugh like a witch who's flying away on her broom, like, like I'm flying. Oh, anyway, I was looking up Warhammer 40K Smash or Pass. I don't care about other people's Smash or Pass. I want to do a Smash or Pass. Ricky's already done one? Oh, with a hot lady? Oh, fuck. Fuck. 2 hot ladies? Oh, no. Okay, anyway, damn, everybody's already done one of these. I was hoping they'd have like a Smash or how do they normally do this?
Hello and welcome to the Poor Hammer Podcast episode.
Do you just throw up the are they like each of the figures? Some of these are a hear me out, brother. Some easy smash. Easy smash. Okay, interesting. Ricky collabs with a lot of VTubers? No. That can't be true. You can't tell me that. Because, like, I'm a VTuber. It's like... Oh, yeah, you guys are egging me on. Hi, Cosmic. I'm so sick. Why am I currently like the most unhinged I've ever been? It's so funny because like if you look at the body types of the men that I've been obsessed with lately, it's literally the exact same. So I must be in my I'm out of my skinny boy era, so oh, anyway, I'd like to formally apologize to Bricky. I don't really know what's come over me. I guess we're gonna blame it on the flu, but also I just apparently have gotten a little crazy. I'm glad you're here now. Do I feel the rain on my skin? Yeah. Yeah. I think maybe I'm currently feverish. But I said he was attractive 2 months ago. So, you know, like if you're like watching this or whatever, Bricky, like, it's not like I'm delusional about liking you. It's just that I'm a little delusional about, like, I don't know, being parasocial about it. Like, I never do this. Like, one time I did subscribe to a guy that I found very attractive that I have no chance with because he has 2 cats and I'm very allergic to them. I did subscribe to him 6 months in advance. So, like, I have a level of, I think, pretty okay delusion when it comes to men on the internet, you know? So... Bye.
No.
He's doing a bit. We gotta let him do his bit.
Reserves have tripled? I'm sorry.
This is a good
rates
bit.
have gone down to 0%. The Night Haunter smiled? No.
This is such a cheesy bit. One of my
It
favorites.
is the Strawman News' great privilege to bring some color back in your life with the brand new 3-part Gamer Subs drop exclusively.
Oh my god, he got me with the gamer subs. Does he have a flavor? Can I taste? Can I get a taste of bricky?
Not only does it include a completely brand new artwork reskin of the Sweet 6-pack flavor, one of the highest selling flavors in the entirety of Gamer Subs, but it also comes with the first ever all over print Gamer Subs 32-ounce jug. And if that isn't enough for you, if the phenomenal drink and drink holder is not enough for you, we have a desk mat to go along with it. That's right, the Herculean look of the brand new Sweet 6-pack style is here. We're still looking at muscles beyond belief, but this time we're talking taste, we're talking Atlas, we're talking smooth.
I need to be stopped? No. I'm letting his little gamer subs ad run. I don't have a gamer subs code, so use brickies. Did I change the stream title to Bricky Please Do Not Watch This? Yes, but... Oh, I should change it on YouTube too. Hold on. I'll cut this out of the VOD later. Oh no. Yeah, because I don't want them to see that I don't have as many subs as Bricky. Wow. He probably would never date somebody who's only got 3K subs, and that's why I have to grind. Bricky, please don't watch this. Yeah, it's reverse psychology.
Description of this video and click the link, or go to gamersubs.com/bricky and use code bricky. Save 10% off with
you guys know I'm not normally like this.
Back into your life and increase production across the board for our glorious leader, the Night Haunter. Thank you, Gamersubs, for sponsoring the stream.
Yeah, subscribe to my YouTube channel so I have a chance with hot men with a lot of subscribers.
Warhammer 40K faction explained. A passion project of mine for a universe that I enjoyed so much. Its main purpose was to be a drawbridge, the separation between the layman who had only ever seen the big armored blue man.
Who is this guy?
Neatly next to a Wetzel's
is that Bricky?
And then the hardcore war.
The glasses do a lot for him. Dude, he found his glasses. He found the hot guy glasses. That's crazy. I want to find my hot girl glasses. I feel like I haven't quite landed on him. I'm sorry, I'm going to learn about this.
Lore nerd. That was just too wide, and there was nothing bridging these two together. Since 2020, Warhammer has exploded in popularity thanks to COVID, quality game updates, and a few excellent video games, and a couple mini-series. The sheer volume of people who have told me they have purchased miniatures due to that video alone makes me feel as if Games Workshop owes me commission. However, that video is incomplete. I was not a casual fan, but I was also not a hardcore lore junkie. In the 5 years since that video's release, multiple channels have sprouted up.
Good on him.
The drawbridge between casual to the obsessed has never been wider or easier to traverse. Even I, myself, have been a part of Adeptus Ridiculous, a podcast teaching lore in a much simpler and condensed form. Needless to say, I've learned a lot. Warhammer is so much more than just Spaceman shoots big gun. It has also grown substantially from it.
Okay, but like also at its core, it's just Spaceman shoot big gun. So like, you met Bricky at a con last year by accident? Ha! Lucky. It should have been me! Okay, I'm done with that bit.
Being a Warhammer Fantasy spin-off just in space. Now, It is a black library filled with immensely deep characters, difficult themes, and even some tear-jerking stories. It is a backdrop for a million stories over a million worlds, and I did not see its true depth in 2020. But now, I'd like to share what I've learned. We just had a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place during it. And we did that because to truly understand each faction, we must understand what makes them the way they are. And to do so, we need to begin in chronological order, discussing their origins, their culture, their powers, and of course, what makes them oh so grimdark. So let's begin with the group that started it all and sing praise to the Infinite Empire.
This goes so hard! This goes so hard! It really does.
As mentioned before, the Necron tier.
I think also, personally, I really do like Bricky's editing style. It is very much, I think, a millennial editing style, which I can really get behind. Thank you so much for 5 months, Mara. Oh, we're learning about the Necrons. Let's go. I may chop this up by faction when we do the videos, but I don't really know. So I'm just gonna,
Here
you
were
know,
the original form of the Necrons,
do my best.
an alien race far away from us that lived short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Normally, this would manifest as like a sort of cancer, a space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it, the irradiated hellscape the Necrons here endured was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasants would often live for their very short amount.
I love that they were like, we live on an awful planet. We live very short lives due to the space cancer we're currently experiencing. But like, what if we made it worse by adding serfdoms and what if we just like added hierarchy? What if we just made it less good?
Of time, only a couple of decades, while the nobles tended to have better care and would live a little bit longer, but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was the one who took the deal with the Catan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time, but the whole species was blinded by hate after being debased by the Old Ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The Catan are, of course, gods that eat stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march. The scenes from these are long lines of both the peasantry and nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of the space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces, trying to outrace death itself. Without realizing, death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk. And I say that literally. A soul is not an abstract concept like it is in our world, an immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item of oneself. And the Catan basically were just like two.
I'm sorry. The Catan were just. That caught me so off guard. I was so in it. I was like really thinking hard about it. Oh man, that got me.
If you were a peasant,
that was a good one,
you
Bricky.
came out a Necron warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be. You have no mind, you have no soul, and your body, as you know,
and you ain't got no bitches neither.
Of living metal. known
Sorry.
as necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, for you do not have a brain to think with. All you do now is await protocols from your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds intact. Not their souls, mind you, but their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols, and they are able to command all of their peasants.
Oh, hold on, let me
ready to be
pause.
normal.
Hi, Maxie. Hello, hello. Hi. Hello, Raiders. How are y'all doing? Did y'all have a good time playing Roblox? Hello. Hello, Raiders. My name is Gremlin Mae. I'm a variety VTuber. I'm currently literally made of snot. I have the flu, I think. So we are watching Warhammer lore videos, specifically Bricky's Warhammer lore videos. And I have been talking about how attractive I think Bricky is, but also doing my best to learn the lore. So I hope you guys had a great time with Roblox. Yeah, hello Raiders. We'd love to have you stick around. But if you need to head on out, I totally understand, Maxie. Same to you. Thank you for the follow, Nightcrawler Foxy. Maxie, if you need to run, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. But we'd love to have y'all stick around. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow, Switzer. Yeah, so we're gonna be watching some Warhammer videos and learning about it. We learned about Gunpla earlier. Thank you, thank you. Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. You guys are very sweet. Totally understand. I appreciate the raid. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. I meant to just get repositioned. There we go. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right.
Them whatever they wish. Zarek, the Silent King, is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible power and intelligence. His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the
Okay, so I have a question for anyone who might know stuff about the Necron. Why don't I guess it like kind of makes sense to just have an army of soulless, brainless warriors, but also it feels like you would get more done if everybody had a brain. Does that make sense? Like, maybe that's not true, but maybe that's incorrect. Perhaps I don't have a brain and I don't know. No, only the nobles and this guy, the main guy, have a brain. Oh, but then you have to worry about peasants getting uppity. Which brings me back to the whole why do we have a hierarchy thing? You know? Why'd we decide to make it worse for everybody? But I guess we're not, that's fine. It seems like Warhammer is one of those franchises who, like there are often many franchises for whom tragedy, creating the most tragic thing you can think of, is like the most metal thing for in that franchise, you know? It's like kind of thing. Yeah, it's very grim. Yeah. Yeah. We're watching Bricky.
unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle against the Catan when they were at their weakest due to their incessant infighting and then win back their freedom. But gods cannot die. So in reality,
Okay, I'm listening. Hi, Kronks. Welcome on in. I'm paying attention, but my brain has just gone to I want Warhammer but girly pop. That exists? I want Warhammer but girly pop. I guess that's like Akatar or something. Bye, Switzer. It's good to meet you. I don't know. Figure it out, Lycor.
Reality, what occurred is the Catan
Oh.
were shattered into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now are actually the upstarts of the galaxy. The Eldar and the Orcs were quite prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis via these massive tomb complexes hidden beneath various worlds, biding their time until it was once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy. Zarek, the Silent King, as penance for his failure to his people, exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million
No,
years.
dude, you're He's literally the best of them. He made it so that nobody else is as good as him, and then he just fucks off because he messed up one time. I don't know. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. We're watching Bricky video. We're watching Mae gush over a pretty man. It's true.
Perfect memory. A constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his
I guess
people.
there's some more
Flash
Warhammer.
forward to the modern day, and the Necrons are reawakening, but it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the tomb world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green glowing rock, the Necrons have come back to reclaim a galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But 60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised, sometimes exhibiting traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia.
Oh my god, their
One
friend
notable
computer.
Necron, Nemesaur Zandrek, believes that he is still back on his
That's a deep pull for my paranoia fans. Deep pull for my fans of the paranoia tabletop role-playing game. They're like friend computer. There you go. There was your deep pull.
home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See, Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindach. How they calculate that daubing themselves green and roaring like savages will produce a different outcome, I cannot fathom. But it is of no account. Ready, my legions. Another glorious victory shall soon be ours. Other individuals, such as
Yeah, everything I say is a deep pull because I have to pull it from really deep in my brain. Yeah. There's actually a faction a little closer to friend computer, but yeah. You got my reference? Ooh.
the esteemed Imatek the Stormlord seek to usurp the newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron race, believing his time has come to an end, while scientists and archaeologists like Trazen the Infinite and Orikin the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own hubris and 60 million years of stasis. It is a species that does not know of time, only of the ravages brought by it. A pharaoh of a dynasty may just be as frightening.
Hold on. I really like that line. It is a dynasty that does not know time, only the, what was it, ravages brought by it? That was so good. You know too many TTRPGs if there's such a thing. You love paranoia? Oh. Also, my parents just got home, so I'm going to take a very quick break to go say hello to them. They've been gone for a few days. So, just going to take a real quick break and I will be right back. Thank you guys for waiting. Okay. I'm back. I'm sorry that took me so long, or rather, thank you for your patience. My parents mean a heck of a lot to me, and I live with them, so um oh, I'm a huge TTRPG fan. I also design TTRPGs, but I don't do it under uh this name, so I just kind of yap about them and how much I like them. Anyway, let's keep watching some Bricky. This has been a very enjoyable day for me on stream. I like just kind of watching stuff sometimes. Some days I want to play Factorio and Satisfactory or like, stuff like that, but some days I just want to do this.
To awake completely mad as they are to be assassinated while they sleep. Thousands of years pass in an instant. There is a play, like an opera play, a retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40 years to witness. Because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels. You are immortal, but you are soulless. Despite the Necrons' incredible technology, their mastery over time.
Okay, but I have some questions. If they're soulless, how do they make art? Or because a soul is a mechanical thing, does it not matter as much?
Reality itself, despite all of this, they still are missing a soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the humans, Eldar, and orcs that scrape at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return the souls to their bodies, to undo the horrible fate he cast upon them. This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others, it is to undo the decision that doomed them all. Before they can do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons. They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and time. Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe. Their weapons reduce people to the barest molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars to supernova. They are unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you do fell one of their number, the living metal reknits itself, and the reanimation protocols allow it to come back alive once again.
Oh,
They're
wow.
masters of teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will just have its consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them have fallen to various mind viruses. The destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives with an overwhelming force. And then there's the flayed ones, Necrons cursed with I have no mouth and I must scream, a panic attack virus, as the last laugh of Landogo, the Flayer Catan. Slowly losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire, and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming, and slowly they plan to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in.
That goes hard.
Burned reality, and the dominion of our kings is without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours, it is ours. The war in heaven.
Okay, like that's so hard. That goes so hard. That's great. This is every single Warhammer faction re-explained. I decided to give it a second look. We'd only gotten like 11 minutes into it. Let me make this smaller so that we can actually see the title of the video when people come in. Yoink. There we go. Yeah, like it's so insanely hard. Yeah, I like that a lot. I think the Necron the way they're setting this up is like, we made it sounds like a kid describing their yeah. I think it can I think if you have that many writers on it, for sure you're gonna have some hard lines and some not so hard lines, some real soft lines. But it sounds like a kid talking about their, like, if you were playing Warhammer and a kid is like making up their faction, they're like, and they can't be killed. And they have these giant guns that'll destroy everything. And they're so cool, and they're the coolest guys in the whole universe, and they've been here since the beginning, and they can beat your guys up. And sometimes they get a little sick, but there is not that big of a deal. But then there are some of those guys, they're like, I wish I had flesh. And so they steal flesh from people to put it on their body so they can feel that way again. And then some of those guys are just so sad it like hurts. But then there's like this big king guy, and you know, there's a bunch of like other stuff, blah 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 blah. You know, that I mean that in the best way. They teleport. It's I don't know. There's something about it that is kind of endearing. Oh, local. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she's okay, dude. Do you have any idea what she's sick with? The camp is part of the fun for sure. Yeah, I love high camp stuff. Anything high that is high camp that understands its own camp. Like, I think people who take the lore like as like, oh no, this is actually hardcore and really serious, like, you're missing out on how fun high camp is as a genre, or like as a framework to view what you're looking at, because it's how I feel about vampires, right? Yeah, we're still on Necrons. Well, local, you'll be in my thoughts. Yeah. I'm really hoping everything works out. If you get time and you remember, please let me know. If everything's okay. I love how silly and over the top it all is. Yeah. Warhammer is supposed to be so serious it isn't serious. It kind of reminds me of like when of like satires of fascism, how oftentimes fascists can't understand that it's satire and take it at face value, and like I feel like there's something similar happening here, not with fascism, but with like the dudes who take it seriously, or the people who take it seriously, like they're missing, like they're not getting it. There's something fundamental about it that they're not getting that I find really interesting. Oh, it is with fascism as well? Oh god, okay. Uh-oh. Yeah. We also have ads starting. So I just took a break. So we may just keep chatting for a second about it. I really love that there is a little bit of everything in Warhammer. There's silliness to pull from it, and also incredibly beautiful moments from the lore, like the Blood Angel short series. Yeah, I think Chronix, like, I don't, obviously very new to it, but gatekeeping any sort of like hobby from bad actors like that is extraordinarily hard, especially when the majority of what they're doing is co-opting imagery. It's like very difficult. Like the number one thing you can do is laugh at them, shame them, and make sure people understand that they as people are not worth engaging with, you know? I remember an old TT orc unit that had a warp tunnel gun that shot small squads of goblins at enemies. Apparently that was too wacky, and they retired that unit. That sounds great. I kind of love that. Wow. Yeah, is it orcs with a Z? Because that's so goofy. I love that. Orcs with a Z. Oh man. There's no better cure for the flu than a little bit of Warhammer. Wow, orcs with a Z. That's so cute. The boys ain't firing out of guns. The boys ain't for firing out of guns. I feel like meat's back on the menu, boys, is a line that orcs from Warhammer would also say. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Like I'm not overstepping with that, right? Like that feels like some sort of some sort of a line they would say. I don't know. I'm really excited to learn about the orcs. They really do sound like goofy goobers, and it's not silly enough. Oh, okay. They're even goofier goobers than I thought. Oh, wow. New gets done, understands the elegance of war. Okay, new gets don't understand the elegance of war. I don't know why I said that like I had a Boston accent. I did see my your orcs fun fact from earlier, I think. I've forgotten it, but that doesn't mean I didn't see it earlier. It's entirely possible. Give it a British Cockney accent. It's Tuesday, isn't it? New gits don't understand the elegance of war. I still go so Boston with the war. I guess, like, Boston's not that far removed, but Warhammer orcs are psychics that don't know that they're psychics, so things just work the way they believe they work because of their powers. I'm sorry, Mudkeep. I was goaded into it. Okay, so they're psychic, but they don't know that they're psychic. So things just work the way they believe they work because of their powers. The color red makes things go faster simply because orcs think it's faster. So if I was an orc and I was like, if I put flames on the side of my car, it goes faster, it would. Wow. Many orcs have to believe it. So if I got all my orc homies together and we started a cult of like fast car cult. And we painted all of our cars with flames. And me and Du Bois would take our cars that had the flames on them, and they would be the fastest cars. Oh, I love that. Oh, orcs sound great. Okay, ads are over. We can get started again.
A catastrophic time for the galaxy, and as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necrontyr, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire, as one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is the warp. In Warhammer, a soul is real. And so is hell, the afterlife, the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium. All of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own known as the warp. Now, the warp is not like our reality. It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has a current.
Hey, Bricky. Hey, Bricky, come here again. So when you use the phrase, more than you can realize, that's a little confusing. And once again, I'm just telling you this so that like somebody on the internet who is less nice than me won't comment on it. I know your video is 8 months old, and people who are pedantic would have already commented on it. But like I just wanted to like let you know that like if it's more like a C than I can realize, it's not really how the phrase works. It would be like, it's more like a C than you may realize, right? You know, it's kind of like asking, can I realize that? No, it's may I realize that. Okay, thank you so much for letting me help you out with that, Bricky. Appreciate it. Okay. Well, I just feel like I want him to know that I'm helpful as a person. I think that's an important trait to have in a partner.
And can become more dangerous depending on where you go and how bad the weather is. As the immaterium is a reflection of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts, all emotions, all feeling that goes with a soul is passed on into the warp. If an entire planet decides...
Hey, Bricky, if you could just call May so she can make sure you know these things, no one else has to call it out. Hey, Bricky, if you could just call May so she shut up. I also realized the only thing that I've proven is that I will put the bit above almost everything else.
It's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore. Then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something that you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular dimension. But it is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron-willed of individuals, and to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell.
Oh my god, if you stare at the abyss, it'll stare back. To be fair, he will too. What do you mean? Oh, he'll put the bit above everything else. Oh no. Listen. I mean, what if he like kissed us a bit?
In the warp. Whether these beings were
I gotta learn
always
about the
there or
abyss,
just
the
emboldened
void,
by
the warp.
carnage of the galaxy, we can only speculate at. At a time,
He
you could
does.
say it was more calm. But a certain faction's galactic war in heaven didn't do it any favors. Now the warp is turbulent, and its realms belong to a pantheon of gods known simply as
Like, it's crazy that, especially because most of the time we think of segues as something that you can point out. Like, you can say, oh, that's like, we're segueing into that. But I think that's because that's kind of become the bit that you point to, but he really leads you into it. It doesn't feel like he's starting a new section. It feels like it flows into it, which I think is a sign of really good writing.
The forces of chaos are beings that serve directly under their patron deity. There are 4 current gods of chaos at the moment: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Each of them
Dream blunt rotation. Am I right, boys? So, these are my nephews, Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Yeah, their mom, Stephanie, it's not spelled the way you think it would be. She told me that she just really like wanted them to be different. We've had our ups and downs with it for sure. Yeah. As I am right now, you're very much a Nurgle worshiper. We'll see about that. Yeah, I mean he's green. So, oh, well, yeah. Yeah, so I've now moved on from these are the names of my nephew bit to these are all my ex-boyfriends. So good old Papa Nurgle.
present various facets of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another for total control over their realms. Interestingly enough, while their disciples have physical forms we can understand, the Chaos Gods do not have a physical visual that you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like. They are conveniently color-coded. Khorne is the god of blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing. For Khorne cares not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8.
He smokes Marlboro Reds. Thank you so much for asking.
He is the lord of all things involved.
I mean, that one's easy.
And gore. The champions are extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely large weapons. A true analog to Khorne would be his greater demon, the Bloodthirst.
And surprisingly, he shops at Erewhon. You wouldn't think that, but he does. Yeah.
Muscle-bound flying devil with an axe so large it splits tanks in a single swing. They move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course, demonic, one might say. But in the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define Khorne with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Khorne is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor and power of martial combat. The true strength there is in besting someone in physical strength and skill. Of course, a murderer would be someone who would feed Khorne, but a soldier could feed Khorne. A martial artist or professional fighter could feed Khorne. A warrior, good or bad, feeds Khorne.
I like the not necessarily dichotomy here, but the fact that these chaos gods are not representing good or evil. They are representing two sides of the same coin. Khorne eats Kit Kats, biting into the center and not separating them. No, I think he's a corner guy. Yeah.
A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not. This is what leads many mortals down the path of Khorne, for he will bless those that bring him enough skulls. And in a world this destructive, there are many ways to reap a high tally for him. Prepare the dread claws and unchain the mad ones. Glorious battle awaits us today, for the world below has refused to surrender. Let us descend upon them with fury and rage, giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us. As to the rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for Khorne. Normally, if I ever want to explain Khorne, I just kind of show them this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepard. Warriors like you and me, straight to the face.
Moving on, Tzeentch is the second god, the god of trickery and mischief.
Mass Effect mentioned.
Ways, the great conspirator and the architect of fate. With a sacred number of 9, Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms, but there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants...
Okay, here's the thing. You're not gonna believe this. Virginia Slims. Listen, I don't make the rules. I just call them like I see them. Virginia Slims.
Have gone thermonuclear.
You're not surprised?
Where the f is it?
His favorite pastime is asking
Hold on.
questions
What just happened?
Gone thermonuclear.
Where the f is it?
His favorite pastime.
Virginia Slims are a type of cigarette. They're usually considered a woman's cigarette. I've never seen that video before. That was so good. He did a bit about the liar liar pants on fire, but he did it very well. God.
Have no answers while
Can this guy stop being good at making videos? Okay, it's driving me crazy.
Simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream that that you had you could you do you want you could do so you want him to do you so much you could do anything.
He is such a conniving little bastard.
You want him to do you so much, you could do anything.
That every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery is a direct way to help feed him. An unfaithful partner, a politician, a spy. All these people feed Zinch in one way or another.
I was quoting a video, Ash.
The intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Zinch. Change does. Zinch doesn't care about your facts. He only wants opinions. Because he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always bad, and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknowable. Every depiction of a Zinchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate
More mouths and you know what to do with? Brother, you're not creative enough.
angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones. But are they? The creatures at his disposal adorn themselves.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Nyeh.
Sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience. Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Tzeentch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune. Third of the Chaos
That goes so
Gods
hard.
is the one of acceptance of rot and pestilence, the grandfather himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the exact opposite of Tzeentch. Where Tzeentch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will
Yo, that
all
dude gave me the
decay.
flu.
We will all rot, and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between, comes under the great shadow and girth of Nurgle himself. For Nurgle, the plight of
He said
mortals
girth.
is his fear and wine. And no matter how solid life might be, everything will decay in the end. In the creation of life, there must be an end to that life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every
Listen, it's been a good 31 years on Earth. If Nurgle's gonna take me out with his flu, I guess that's fine, brother.
pus-filled wound and disease, every rot and every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This, humorously, keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter, and by creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the great unclean one, and look at how happy he is. And there's a lot of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strength. The Peloton.
Wait, so can the Necron, like, I guess these Chaos Gods, I guess anybody can fall to them, but can the Necron fall to Nurgle if they don't fear death? I assume they don't fear death. But they also don't have souls, so I don't know if Nurgle would want them. They're disconnected from the warp? I guess I missed that part. But I'm trying to make connections. Maybe that's why I've been so giggly with this flu. No souls, no warp. Okay. That makes sense.
Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However, should you embrace your grandfather's gifts, you may find an end to your pain.
Okay.
Maybe. All mortal followers of the Chaos
Maybe.
Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls.
Dang, he's
But
got a
those
tongue.
that take Nurgle's gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is.
Heck yeah.
Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither and die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children. Those were the 3 major Chaos Gods for a very long time, emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale. Ever present.
Wait. So we got Chaos God 1, Khorne, over here, right? So Khorne also represents power. And then we got this guy, Patsiki, who also represents hope and change. But I don't know if I quite comprehended Nurgle's like second side, so to speak. I guess because he can take away their pain, but that doesn't track Yeah, I mean but that's not a good thing, right? He's only listed traits that are bad for Nurgle. There's no flip side to that coin. Because like right, we've got hope and change, stagnation but comfort. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. I'm on board with that. Nurgle is life and growth as well. Ah, maybe I just didn't quite understand that. Yeah. Comfort and consistency.
On the suffering of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos. An advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had. Or so they couldn't. Not for a long while. 60 million years ago, in an attempt to combat the Necrons in Catan, the Old Ones made a new species. One with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep.
These guys are really colorful.
It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the
Eldar?
The Eldar are a race of pointed-eared humanoids that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves, and these elves ruled the galaxy in the time the Necrons went to sleep and humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic power that we know of. Their understanding of all things was exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to their advantage. See,
okay, Bricky, my man. Again, love it when you speak. Did you already explain what a psyker was in the last 30 minutes? He did? I swear, sometimes I just kind of get lost looking at him. I think I also just kind of get lost. Maybe I should... Hey. Hey, Bricky. Hey, come here. Come here, Bricky. Come here. Have you considered putting a Minecraft parkour video in the corner of your video? I know you do a lot of editing. And once again, this is just a suggestion so that somebody less nice than me on the internet says something about it. But like, have you thought about maybe putting like a Warhammer 40k parkour video down in the bottom? Or like, have you ever thought about doing parkour yourself? I think you'd be pretty good at it. Anyway, there's a lot of terms, but also don't blame me. Yeah, I just kind of forgot about it. Wow, Mae's so helpful and kind. Wouldn't it be in Bricky's interest to collaborate with her? Is this a bit or do you sound delirious? I've had the flu for a week straight now, dude. I don't know. Oh, I got blow my nose. Also, if you guys were to watch these not live but on YouTube, would you want these as like half-hour chunks or like just the full thing? You know? Don't throw things at me. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! Something in my nose just like opened up and it made a high-pitched sound. Half-hour chunky? Okay, understood. I guess I could do even less than that, but oh my god. Whole thing, personally, interesting. Maybe I'll do chunks and then upload one big video.
being a psyker is basically like being a wizard or I guess in this case, it's more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into the warp, into hell.
Well, that's dangerous.
For that power. So if you were to say, cast Fireball, your mind
Lightning bolt,
would
lightning bolt, lightning
reach
bolt.
into the warp, gather the strength to rewrite reality, to then cast Fireball. Now, you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you are opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things we just talked about in the warp? Yes. However, in Warhammer 40K, willpower is a real, tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul, and being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large, and that hole widens to get more power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker is able to open a very small hole, but with immense force to get the same amount of power with less risk. The Eldar are master psychers. Every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over millions of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures out of it. In some species in the galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created, called the Webway? What about dying? Miss me with that. We no longer age. And if we do, we can just be reborn like that. Food, water, materials.
Incredible.
We make things out of distilled warp essence itself. We sing unreality into cathedrals to dine in. What?
Oh, this is
Could the
very much giving like elf.
Eldari Empire possibly fear?
Et tu, Brute?
The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves. With a society so perfect, they wanted for naught. And this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base...
You know what? You should go watch, Hey, Bricky. Hey, Bricky, come here. Hey, if you haven't watched it yet, I think you really like, Zardoz. It's an older film, but it stars Sean Connery, and he's just wearing an orange Speedo and a bandolier the whole time. You do get to see full frontal boobs. So, like, I really recommend it, but I think you'd like it. It talks about a society similar to this one, where they want for nothing and they're immortal, and it's about kind of the pitfalls of that. It's a weird movie, but like if you want to watch it sometime, you could like hit me up and I would totally be down to watch it. It's been a long time since I've seen it, and like I wouldn't mind watching it with somebody else. So just like, but I think you might enjoy it given that like it's kind of like this thing. I'm so sorry I'm subjecting you all to these I don't even know if they're funny anymore. I'm having the best time doing them, which is really all that matters, so I'm sorry. Oh, Rizbits.
Functions of society are no longer a problem for you. You tend to experiment. Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like, what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing, but how come we don't do sports to the death? I mean, I'm just saying, like, if both participants are willing and clear about it, like, what really is the problem there, you know? Art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely up to the concept of one's own interest. A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism. With a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from one another, the trade of slaves and concubines, and much, much worse. The Eldar physiology has their emotions heightened, and they can
There's something really interesting about a society that basically everyone in it becomes a libertine. Like Marquis de Sade would have thrived in a society like this, because at a like there's a certain point where it reaches this like zenith, or this like event horizon, this peak where you like things that are considered debauchery suddenly, like, there is no one telling you you can't do them. You've crossed every societal line, right? And you've gotten to a point where uh there is nothing left to conquer or do. And I don't know, I'm fascinated by those. There's a reason, like, we studied the Marquis de Sade in our philosophy of violence, and understanding that, like, violence becomes decadence at a certain point merely because it is sorry, words are not working super well for me, but merely because it is perpendicular in terms of morals to that of a regular society. Um, the idea of violence as decadence is fascinating. Super sucks, but it is very cool from a, like, world building perspective. I've seen this most recently in a Trophy Dark incursion. Trophy Dark is a tabletop role-playing game that I really enjoy. It's a Trophy Dark incursion by Michael Van Vliet, who's a really incredible incursion writer as well as GM. I've had the pleasure of getting to play 2 different games with him in the past. And in the incursion, you go to, like, this masquerade ball that is very libertine in nature. And it's about kind of it's always hinting at and moving around the sinister feeling that you have when you're in those spaces of high debauchery, of, like, high intensity and opulence, of decadence, how there's this undertone of decay and how incredibly cool that is. I mean, like, you don't see it in this here, but I feel like my hope is that the art for this shows that underlying decay that is there. But, like, that's the kind of stuff that I could live in terms of writing, right? There's this, it's so, I don't know, there's something about that. It's like it's that this freedom becomes a prison and a poison in and of itself. I really like that. I love that they included something similar to that in this.
Does. So while it can provide lows of pure despair, it can also provide greater highs than you have ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The Warp took notice of this heavily, and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was removed, and a nightmarish era of old night began. This continued for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. The Eldar all but removed from the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacies, it's life. This silence offends Slaanesh. Wait.
I love that. I love that so much. Man, he's really good at writing. He's so good at writing. Because, like, it's that feeling he captured so perfectly there as he's ramping up to it. It's that feeling of we need more, and then wham. Incredible.
The Prince of Pleasure, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess, is our 4th Chaos God, with the sacred number of 6 adorning their title. Slaanesh is a bit of a tricky one, because with our other 3 Chaos Gods, there was a certain understanding of human emotions and desires. But for Slaanesh, that desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others.
Oh, see, I love that. The decadence, pleasure, passion, and excess make complete sense there. But the inclusion of the word perfection, oh, that is so chef's kiss to the understanding of it in terms of world building. I'm sorry, we hit on a nerve of like something that I love in world building. And in philosophy as well, this idea of perfection amongst things like decadence and pleasure. You may not think to include it in there, but its inclusion is paramount to the understanding of Slaanesh, I feel like, moving forward.
Pursuit of more, the want to do more, experience more, become more. That's what gives Slaanesh their gifts. A lot of people believe that Slaanesh is something that originates with sex, specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slaanesh patrons are all very lithe and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of intrigues. However, to think that Slaanesh specifically derives...
That's the gayest shit imaginable. Oh...
from sex would be mistaken. While it is true that a lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slaanesh is the dark prince of desire, it's more on the lines of feeling excess of emotion. It is excessive touch and scent and desire, and a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex, but it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slaanesh, one that aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and the sheer pursuit of that alone will feed Slaanesh.
I feel like he's getting at something very important here, and something that I think a lot of people who are not desire pilled is the way I'm going to say it. If you are desire pilled, you understand that it has nothing. I mean, it does have some things, but it's not at all rooted in sex. If you're desired pill, you get that it's about power. You get that it's about, I mean, it is always about power. You feel powerful, indulging. And that's where Slaanesh's power comes from, is from that innate human feeling, I'm assuming, or that innate feeling that beings have when they are able to indulge. That acting, I mean, it's the same thing with Dionysus, right? Dionysus is about excess. It's about giving in to one's desires in excess. It is foregoing your needs for desire. I love it. I love it.
Flash is Slaanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feed Slaanesh.
There are no two words in the English language more harmful than good job.
But is there a line?
No, man, no.
This also moves into the concept of feeling. Sensation is a majorly Slaanesh-coded thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam. Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough. More. You must have more. Many of the disciples...
I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep beating this dead horse. I think the word writhe is such a good word, right? When you say you writhe in ecstasy, it is not a pleasurable act to writhe. There is pleasure, but it's more about, it's not pleasure or pain. It is this weird intersection. I don't know. It's so cool. I love it. This is so cool. I'm so glad we made it to this part of the video, because this is like, I'm so obsessed with this. I feel so many things about these sorts of concepts. They're so cool.
of Slaanesh carry
Ugh.
a demonic form in their lithe grace. The Keeper of Secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain with an aura all the more fatal. They dance and sing, but there's always a form of malice behind every action they take. An alluring gaze that will pull you in right before the demonic entity can crush you in that grip. Slaanesh's palace has 6 layers surrounding it, and one of them is the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable. Tables of delicacies and rivers of wine tempt the user to such a degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating.
When I think of writhing, you do it because you have to. It's not a choice you make, it's a thing you have to do. Yes. So much yes.
Eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall over, becoming part of the banquet themselves. That is one of these 6 layers of Slaanesh's palace. This was the ecstasy that the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it. Find pleasure in every moment, indulge in every whim, let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives. We are beyond such concerns or worries. Every power is ours to use, every sensation ours to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our curiosities. We have earned our position of power.
See, it's all about power.
The fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal.
I'm sorry. This man's so funny. Get out of town.
With the birth of Slaanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our reality. A fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With
Love
the
him.
sudden inhalation of this god's largest breath, the Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died in an instant. Slaanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slaanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this eventuality. Their dying race so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and in doing so, have found very creative ways.
It's about all these things too. Lol, Gooners is peak comedic timing. Yeah. Listen. Crazy. Also, I know I'm really late to the watching Bricky videos train, but I'm glad that I am. I don't really care if a million people have already watched this. This is my moment. This is my experience of Bricky. This is my personal shout out to Bricky. This is my application. This is I mean, like, you could always hit me up. Bricky.
Modern world of Warhammer, the craft world Eldar are the main force of Eldar in the galaxy and represent the elf style that many think of when you think elves in space. Fantasy elves
Great work,
in
yeah.
space, not those elves. We'll get to them.
Hot
The craft
elves.
world is a monumentally large starship, the size of a continent, that acts as a form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slaanesh's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar seek is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never allow them to slide back into their old ways. The representation
It took me a second to realize what I was thinking of when I said flotilla. And it's that Vine where the kid goes, Hurricane Katrina, more like Hurricane Tortilla. Hurricane Slanesh, more like Hurricane Flotilla.
They carry is that of a more
Stop.
feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age, the path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on.
Oh,
These paths are a strict code
Did I
of
ever
conduct.
mention that? Dude, I was about to make a joke about the bone singer. That's what they used to call me in high school. That's what they used to call me in college. Anyway.
To hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through these paths will allow you to take up not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plagued them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and
I find it really interesting in the art. Like, sometimes it feels like the colors are like so saturated, you know?
learning from them the farther you go down a path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adoring the armor of Eldar. Those are called soul stones, the biggest middle finger to Slanesh they can think of. See, when an Eldar dies, these stones act as a backup, and instead of their souls going to Slanesh, they are then trapped and stored in this little stone. So when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean.
Sorry, that was a really autistic moment. Me just seeing something that reminded me of Aragon and going, Aragon! Ah, okay.
So, very literally, as the spirit and soul of generations before them are stored here. Often, larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stones, such as the Infinity Circuit in the craft world itself, allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of adulthood. And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation. These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to move to the next one, then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had gods at one point. Cain, Val, Isha, Azaryan, and so on. These gods are aspects of the Eldar pantheon, and while many were killed in Slanesh's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors embody a particular variant of the path. Each are led by a Phoenix Lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords with each new one. The Howling
the Dread Pirate Roberts.
Fugan and his fire dragons, Baharoth and his swooping hawks, or Malgan.
Wait, did I understand that correcting? Is that like the Dread Pirate Roberts? Is that what he's saying it is? You know, my brain's not working at its best. Yeah, kinda. Okay.
Aspect Shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy, for they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way. The Craftworld Eldar show how mangled an empire can be by their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves, and their most prominent remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts. But for some, the party.
Hey, did you know that? Did you know that She Who Thirsts is actually my VTuber nickname? Hey Bricky, did you know that She Who Thirsts is actually sometimes they call me that, you know? Just you know, sometimes they call me that. Oh my god.
It's just beginning. Deep within the webway is the city of Kamara. This dark city once existed as a port in the webway that allowed for ease of transport for the Eldar between its various domains. The significance of this city.
Yeah, they did used to call me that in college and they still call me that. So, I haven't learned how to thirst less. So,
meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory outside.
oh wait, is this like the Dwagar? Like the through the whatever these guys, the Warhammer Dwagar, whatever their freaking name was, the spiky elves, are they like the Dwagar to the dwarves?
The jurisdiction of general Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self
Warhammer Drow,
This
okay.
did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying. When Slaanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari.
I thought they were
born,
already immortal.
unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction.
Or were they immortal before Slaanesh and then Slaanesh made them not immortal or something?
The Drukhari
Or maybe I was
themselves
wrong about
exist
that.
as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves.
Oh, you know what? It was because of that quote where they were like, "We are eternal" or whatever.
You find in Norse and European mythology. The Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic means to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst, and to quench it effectively, they have
Me and him make the same expression when we. I have the thirst.
mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy. The majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can think of. The Drukhari are organized in various groups throughout the Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized and extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors of the city, led by their archons. Witches and succubi act.
This looks like Darksiders. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Let me see if I can find it. Yes. I've had Darksiders 3 in my Steam library for a long time. And so like I don't know. It made me think of this for some reason. Like, red hair and everything. That's crazy, actually. Yeah. Also, we have ads, so I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. I got a maple leaf cookie from Trader Joe's, so I think I win life. When we get into the Empire of Mankind, okay. Also, we're probably gonna watch like until 5 or 6. Mostly because I can't go downstairs and like hang out with my parents because I really don't want to get them sick. So okay. So we'll watch that when we get to the Mankind. And thank you. Okay, what did you guys do while I was gone? Yeah, I'm gonna get you guys sick. Hi, Fireslinger. Welcome on in. Good to see you. We're about to get started on, I don't know, the Drukhari. Ooh. Bye, Drakey. See you later. Thank you for hanging out. Maple leaf cookies are actually the best cookies ever made, ever. Yeah. They're the Warhammer Drow is what we said earlier. Well, they taste like how I imagine Canada tastes. I've never tasted a Canadian. What is wrong with me today? I'm gonna just watch Warhammer.
As entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus keep the Drukhari alive and discover ever-increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever-increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than cattle, livestock that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time. Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak. The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth
Oh. That's because I'm she who thirsts, okay? I'm sorry, guys. Let me drink some water. That did not quench my internal thirst, but that's okay. I was gonna say, this reminds me of Mad Max Fury Road. I know I'm making a lot of comparisons, but that's how my brain thinks of stuff. And kind of like comprehends it. No, don't exclamation point shame me for that. It's natural. I mean, look at who's on the screen. I've got a weird laugh today. My laugh changes, I think, quite a lot. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, reminds me a lot of Mad Max Fury Road. Using them as like blood bags. I don't know. I guess you'd have to add him, but no, I think you have to do the ad. Can you shame anybody? Yeah, because we shame Twitch.tv. Bricky is just an attractive dude. Oh. Interesting. That's smart. I shame
The
Germa, so.
matter is that Drukhari sustain themselves on the suffering of others, not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes and murder. It is the worst back alleys of the worst ghettos at the best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death, for death will see them in the talons of Slanesh for an eternity of torment. So they do everything they can.
Okay, so
to
hold
stop
on.
this. The homunculus
He's done a really good job of describing Slanesh and the Eldar, but I don't quite understand why Slanesh is tormenting them for an eternity. Slanesh doesn't seem to care about torment. You know? Like, welcome back, Pax. Like, I don't really get why Slanesh is gonna do this to them. That doesn't make much sense to me. Because tormenting someone else is part of experiencing the excess of emotion. Yeah, but like, it just seems kind of weird. Because, like, you think that they just go and do what they had been doing before. So they do care about morality. Harp said the Chaos Gods lean more to evil than they do neutrality. Even with their positive traits, they ultimately have a lean. I don't know. Like, maybe this is just me, but like, if I, as a race of elves, birthed a god, like, I think that god should be like a little bit more grateful about that. I know Slanesh isn't the god of pleasure, but here's the thing, right? All of these Eldar just spent their life chasing excess, and yet an eternity with the god created from that excess is being described as torture rather than a continuation of that excess, which is something they all loved. So why is, like, no, I'm not familiar with Hellraiser, sorry. I feel like the Drukhari who have it's the Drukhari who have decided to take this route, as a lot of Chaos followers do. So while the god might be both sides, the followers are often a particular way. But I guess what I don't understand is why the Eldar are so afraid of going to join Slanesh, if Slanesh is literally the embodiment of the thing they've spent their whole existence chasing. In my opinion, it's while they're alive, they control the excess. They die, they get shoved into deeper excess. Oh, their steak is too juicy and their lobster is too buttery. Oh, okay. I see. Because Slanesh will eat their souls. Yeah, like, why does that matter? They'll be dead. Like, they were gonna die anyway. I don't know. I guess I don't understand the intense fear about it. I think it's more so the Eldari realized they went too far and went past a sort of event horizon they're trying to scramble away from. It's like, I love speeding at 100 kilometers per hour. I hate being the passenger in a 500 kilometer per hour car. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know, I kind of wanted to wrap my head around that a little bit more. I think I understand it now, but it just, the way it was being explained was a little, I had some questions. So, this is something that I did a lot in religious studies where I asked what I feel like are pretty basic concepts to understand, but just because, like, oh, does he have a Twitch? I don't think I follow him on Twitch. Let's follow him on Twitch. He does. Is this the same Bricky? He was live yesterday? Wow. Still got on the great glasses. He streams a lot? Oh. What does he stream? Halo. He plays Balatro. Based. I'm sorry, this is mostly a me learning about Bricky's stream. He must get a lot of viewers. Wow. BRB shittin'? Nice. Wow. Look at him. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. So the core of this is also that the warp is a reflection of all emotions going on in the universe, and due to all the crap going on, it's gotten really bad. He's a pretty well-to-do stream guy. I mean, he's got 1 million followers on YouTube. That makes sense. Ooh. All right. I'm ready to return.
Like covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Jukari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40k. In a universe built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the flesh smiths control group, or being a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters. In a cruel
wow, he's a
twist of
businessman?
fate, a newly born Jukari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love. Grow to appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they succeed, they become some of the worst monsters in the known galaxy. A dark reflection to the craft worlders and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins. Exodites believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to
is that a
ride
dinosaur?
dinosaurs and live off the land. Prehistoric style that I would normally laugh at if they weren't riding dinosaurs like ballers. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegarak. They arrive never when expected and leave just as quickly. Blurs of light carry their footsteps as they dance their foes into a grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar and sometimes even humanity for reasons we can never understand.
Okay, I don't like D&D, but like I would play a Harlequin in D&D, dude. They're probably like too powerful to be a regular like class, but I would so play a Harlequin. That sounds super sick. I bet there's a Warhammer setting for I don't know who the Deceiver is. But I bet there's like a Warhammer setting for D&D. So I love that. That sounds like I want to be that guy. Because it just sounds like a really cool bard, right? I just always want to be a bard.
Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army book and folded into the Eldari Codex. So I suppose...
I'm sorry, they got rid of their little special book. I don't know anything about the books, but they got rid of their special little book. Oh my god. there are dedicated TTRPG settings for Warhammer. Well, I want to make a Warhammer LARP. Can we make a Warhammer LARP? A committee LARP. A Warhammer committee LARP. Oh, imagine how many committee LARPs you can make out of this. Oh, 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 oh. You're a bunch of Necron nobles, right? And you've got to decide, like, whether this is like before you get eaten by the gods, but you have to argue about whether or not you want to go get eaten by the gods, you know? If I understood any of that correctly. Or like your because the way you make a committee LARP is you take a bunch of fucked up people and you put them in a space and you give them a set amount of time to make a decision. That's a committee LARP. It's really simple. It's very fun to play, and it usually takes an hour or two. And like with a setting like this, oh, dude, I gotta make some Warhammer LARPs. That would be so sick. LARPs are also so fast to make. I made like 3 or 4 LARPs for a thing one time. Warhammer got another one. I invented the reason that I like Warhammer, which is that I think I could write LARPs about it. Because it feels like Warhammer does mostly appeal to people who enjoy crunchy stuff. But the folks who enjoy the lore like this, the world building, right? Yes, I think you are, Ty. Like the world building stuff in Warhammer, the creamy part of it essentially is it feels like it's ripe for a lot of political maneuvering. So Jason Morningstar writes these incredible what he's called space LARPs. And they're about these about kind of they are a group of people who have to make a decision. The one that's sticking with me right now, you have like a religious leader, 2 political leaders, an AI, and then I think a 5th person, or maybe it's just 4. And basically, you have an hour before you get to the wedding, and so one of the people on the ship is the prince, and you have to figure out whether or not you're going to let the prince marry somebody for political reasons. And so like it is all very political positioning, and you do this in an hour. We just need an orc TTRPG where you play an orc and someone else also plays an orc and you scream. There's actually a TTRPG similar to that. I think it's called like the Duck LARP or the Goose LARP. Either way, it's been banned at most conventions. Well, that's what I was kind of saying, Harp, is that the creamy part of Warhammer feels so ripe for the picking, right? There's all this like writing on there, but for me, it's always this question of how do we bring this into some sort of play? Because my favorite thing in the world is to play. I love playing. And like, for me, an easy way to do that is with a LARP. So if you've got a bunch of people who know and understand and enjoy Warhammer lore, and you write a LARP, you could do like a very simple, very easy, like I was saying, committee LARP, like the Jason Morningstar one that I talked about, where you've got different factions who are making a decision for some kind of galactic council, yada yada yada. Like it's super cool. See you later, Flan. I wish Warhammer had some LARPs and some lighter games and some political focus games. Something like Urban Shadows and Warhammer would be great. I don't know Urban Shadows. Someone shame local. He's already made that pun. Let me look up Urban Shadows. Because like what okay, wait. I think I just invented the funniest game ever. What if it's it's a deception game, so like werewolf or mafia, but you're all playing as orcs. don't even know anything about orcs, and I can already see how funny that would be. That sounds so good. You have. Ooh. Okay, but like, imagine a Fiasco playset set in the Warhammer universe, right? That would work with gene stealers? Oh, are we gonna learn about them? Okay, so here's... You suckers thought you were getting me into Warhammer, but no. Okay, hold on. Let me restart this bit. You suckers thought you were getting me into Warhammer, but no. I am actually on a conquest to convert every crunchy frickin' Warhammer person into a nice, soft, creamy tabletop role-playing game person, okay? If I don't have you playing a LARP by the end of this year, I have failed, alright? If I even had you playing a social deduction game based on the Gene Stealers and Mafia, I have failed as a person, okay? We're gonna make this happen, alright? There's my bit. Anyway. Holy based. Thanks. Trying to type as an accent is hard, yeah. Oh, that's so cool, Harp. Well, I mean, if you come into it, not with that attitude, Necro. Ash, I was like, maybe Blood on the Clock Tower would work.
Those that'll have to stay a mystery. Or maybe it was one of Kakarot's master plans to get back at She Who Thirsts and save their species. Who could know? Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Kakarot, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy. Oh, speaking of.
Okay, so should I watch that video now? You should, John. Oh, bye, Chronix. Thanks so much for stopping by. It's in Mom, look at this. So we got the...
So I just found out that apparently a lemon isn't naturally occurring and is a hybrid by crossbreeding a bitter orange and a citron, which means life never gave us lemons. We invented them all by ourselves!
Incredible. Who left a comment? Of course. That was very funny. Yeah. Ash, LARPs do not have to take a weekend, and they don't have to require a costume. Just do a parlor LARP.
Before the fall of the Eldar, Earth, or Terra, as it's called, was in ruin. One man who looks to put the pieces back together. Where did he come from? We don't know. Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final Old One who escaped their species' genocide. And those that are smartest know the answer is, it doesn't matter. He revealed himself as the Emperor of Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions? Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together. Unifying Terra under his rule, the Emperor founded the Imperial.
You know, I'm racking my brain, but it feels like every time a mysterious guy has shown up and been like, yo, it'd be super sick if I could like rule you guys under like my thumb. Like that's never gone wrong, right? Right? I'm pretty sure. Can I share the clip I made of that last bit with my Warhammer buddies? Yeah, sure, Harp. Can I watch it? Or do you want me to just watch it on my own time?
Of man and ruled it with an iron fist. He was the supreme leader and nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind.
Yeah, always
from
works
the
out
yoke
perfectly,
of its
yeah.
former failures, and he knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right. AI banned, religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you, or his Thunder Warriors would put you in your place. That place.
AI banned, religion banned. Meat back on the menu, boys. Do we all know what Mae's latest vocal stem is?
Often being a grave. Now, Terra was thriving, but humanity needed to reclaim its long-lost brethren scattered across the stars. But to do so, he needed those that could build him a fleet truly meant for the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention to the red planet of Mars. Mars and Terra were close allies long before the Unification Wars. Mars was the first world terraformed by humanity and became what would ultimately be the first hive world, an epicenter for industry and technology. The Age of Strife did not treat the Red Planet kindly, however. Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on the surface were turned into your run-of-the-mill mutant, if they even
run-of-the-mill.
they inflicted on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters.
Oh,
These
I know
became
that
their
symbol.
generational habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology.
The little skull
and
thing.
those who could use it. They began to view the technology keeping them alive less
Is that the
as a
Space
technological
Marines?
advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martians began to worship the power of the machine, and this resulted in the formation of the cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the Three-in-One. The machine god, serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well. What were once humans began to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrites.
Okay, listen, I gotta say, cyborgs are pretty freaking cool, dude. Like, cyborgs are pretty freaking cool. The idea of a bunch of people who are like, I don't like all these things, all these human things that can go wrong. I'm just gonna replace them. Good.
Arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router, and the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human. In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus. The Cult Mechanicum, now the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise
I have
he
not
who
watched
is
the
three
trailer.
in one. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the
There's something about the word or the phrase 3 in 1 that just sounds so good. Like he who is 3 in 1. I love that.
pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right there. And they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously, showing up and being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy. But the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure, but that's a lot of production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons.
Listen, guys. They're weird, but they get the job done, okay? We just gotta let them do some of their weird stuff and then they'll get the job done.
Unifying agreement between Terra and Mars, and this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed
Aquila.
one head for Terra,
Flotilla.
the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor would be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner, and the Mechanicum of Mars would be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically so long as they kept up their tithes. This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forge worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it?
This is how I want Factorio playthroughs to feel. They're doing modular factories here, and it's kind of smart, but it has some logistical issues, I'll tell you.
Considering that the usage of Silica Animus, or AI, is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative.
What is this going on in the background?
Called a Servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them. And then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own.
Bricky, hey. Hey, Bricky. Hey, Bricky, can I talk to you real quick? Come here. Hey, listen, buddy. I totally understand why you wrote that line in there about, like, did they deserve it or not? But I you know more about Warhammer than me, so I don't want to, like, tell you something. But I'm starting to really get the vibe that no one in the entire Warhammer universe has ever cared about whether someone deserved something unless it was their own feeling of entitlement. So, like, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong on that point, but I'm just thinking nobody has ever, like, wondered that. I don't know. I just, like, yeah. I don't think it's an important question to ask. Listen, Bricky, this isn't your fault, okay? You made a really long video and you had a few moments there where I may have had to step in and say something about it. But as always, I'm just doing this so somebody else on the internet who is less nice than me won't say that to you, okay? So thank you so much. As always, you can like hit me up anytime you want. Like on Twitter or like Discord. You know, you can just like you can always just like reach out and we could talk about, you know, maybe you know, I don't know, Warhammer, or like if you want to talk about the TV show Bones or something, like, you know, hit me up. That bit's not gonna get old. I'm so sorry. I think it's so funny.
Minds is another thing entirely.
Your incompetence is showing.
An excerpt from the servitor creation factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switch-packed line between high fences. The manufactorum produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slit drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors. As the line slowly advanced, the people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor open beneath their feet. From
Sorry,
these
that's
pits
not
wafted
funny.
a hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violent metal arms snatched them up and spread-eagled them in the air, and a servitor shearer shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counterseptic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away. More scanners, more rejects winnowed out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy, rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These were saggy on them, all one size, until another
they turned them into the Michelin Man? That's mean.
process shrank them to fit their bodies.
Oh, never
metal
mind.
Cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor, buzzing with power that made them shriek with every footstep. "What's that for?" I asked. "Follicular inhibitor, to stop their hair from growing," he said. Freaking sweet, Lois! As for their scientific pursuits, the Mechanicum believe in the preservation of knowledge above.
I don't know why he's acting like this is crazy. It's a grim and dark universe, babes. Like, the grim and dark is in the room with us, okay?
And the quest to expand it. However, as opposed to just innovating and inventing on their own with their vast technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is just as holy as the Lego set it builds, and to innovate on that without the proper written knowledge is to go against the divine word of the machine god itself. All knowledge is already in the universe. You simply need to rediscovering it and attempting to invent something to improve upon divinity is very heretical. Prior to the Age of Strife, humanity was able to populate the stars with devices known as Standard Template Constructs, or STCs. These devices were, as far as we know, supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety of human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine.
Okay, is this a safe space? Because they just sound like they're autistic. Yeah, we can watch the trailer. I made a good joke. I made a good joke, okay? Oh, that made me laugh. A teehee. That was so funny. We wouldn't know anything about what's that. That's like, no. Okay, we're gonna watch the Mechanicus trailer.
From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me.
Hell yeah, brother.
I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Your kind cling to your flesh, as if it will not decay and fail you. One day, the crude biomass that you call the temple will wither, and you will beg my kind to save you. But I am already saved. For the machine is immortal.
Oh, hell yeah!
Even in death, I serve the Omnisire.
Okay, so like the Mechanicus are my autism and Slanesh is my ADHD. Omnisaya boyfriend, Slanesh girlfriend. Mm-hmm. Makes sense? Oh, that one was good to me. That one felt good. Oh. Yeah, that fits. Okay.
One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit
Like, it's a bit, but also there is a part of me that's like, I love and crave the security that the Mechanicus are talking about, but then there's a part of me that's like, I love and crave the excess of Slanesh. You know, like, there are two wolves inside of me, the Omnisaya and Slanesh.
lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this. A planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious organization, you can probably guess the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of Terra, but also oversees the...
I also want to say I love their designs. It is so busy, and yet I understand the shape of it so well.
Entirety of the Mechanicum below. Below them are tech priests that oversee the cult of the quest of knowledge and other more straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently, what can cause some power struggles within the Mechanicum, because, you know, despite them all being weird robots, they love being given praise. And despite being the manufacturing
God, I relate to that.
they have their own military forces. They have the Skitarii Private Army and all their various 1920s Martian-style mechanisms like Doom Crawlers, Castellan robots, and of course, the Titan Legions. Because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers over buildings. Ultimately, their very dogmatic view on technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation because
Honestly, the only thing they're missing is like a weird obsession with space trains or something. Hey, hey guys, who makes Warhammer? Is it Wizards of the Coast? I feel like they make everything. Hey, I gotta do a bit. Who makes Warhammer? Who makes Warhammer? Games Workshop. Okay. Okay, I can do the bit now. Hey, Games Workshop. Hey, Games Workshop. Could you make it so that the Mechanicus are like, no? Yeah, the Mechanicus are like super into space trains. As a as an autistic person, is representation's really important to me. And like I know that it's a bit of a stereotype about trains, but like also trains are really, really cool, and it would be like super cool if they were really into space trains. Thanks. Okay. I think I got my message out.
Becoming absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create anything new and the wholesale murder of anyone who even tries leads to things becoming derelict. I grew
They
up weary
do?
of this flesh I was born into, strangely disgusted by its nature. I crave only the cold, clean certainty of steel and silicon, that I might become one with the blessed machine. I do not expect you to understand, you who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal, seeking only to preserve it, to protect it. One day you will see the folly of your ways, and then no doubt you will come begging to my order to preserve you. After the
Bye, Tonatsu. Thanks for coming and hanging out. It's been fun having you. I don't think we're gonna finish this video today. We're probably going to. Oh, I don't even know if we're gonna. I think we could definitely get through these guys, and then we may finish this stuff up later.
groundwork had been set unification-wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's great crusade across the stars to bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra and Luna, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did, and he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me.
These are the Marines, right?
And in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my soul.
Space Marines!
And they shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son, Arkan. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose. What a dad. The Primarch Project.
Once again, he rebelled against his dad. Is this the guy that rebelled against his dad?
Was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it. In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability to serve as his analog directly, and also serve as the leaders of the respective Space Marine legions. All 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly molded by the Emperor himself, despite the genetic differences.
Hold on. Who is this guy up here serving absolute face? That is crazy, brother. He just looks so joyful and normal, and then serving absolute face. Wow. And then we've got emo son down here. Scary son, sporty son, baby son.
And they go as follows in order: Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, Percherabo, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, Rogel Dorn, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarian, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Orion,
Horus!
Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon. His sons, finalized and crafted to be the warriors he needed them to be,
Him
were
putting that to the Pokemon music was very good, very smart,
but he may
clever.
have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in general luxury. Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigilite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive. And one of the primary objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out his will. These
Again, really
original Space
feeling
Marine
Mad
legions
Maxy.
that were created alongside their
I love
Primarchs
that.
go in order: the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World Eaters, Ultramarines, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, Luna Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus, the Word Bearers, Salamanders, Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion. Space Marines, unlike their gene fathers, the Primarchs, are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members from humanity itself, which seems a bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man, but don't forget, the Emperor is really good with genetics. Less good with anesthetic, however. These prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons and methods, and are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being a Space Marine. Most of the time, the common factor is a pure, unrelenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a
This is also really feeling like Halo, you know? The whole being a clone guy in Halo. I can't think of the words for it. Also, we're about to hit ads and I really have to go to the restroom, so I will BRB. Okay, we've got like a minute left on ads. So I've been thinking about what to title this video, like the first video that I put out, because like I was thinking about titling it like something like VTuber reacts to Bricky, but like putting Bricky's face in the thumbnail with a bunch of hearts around it. And I want the implication to be that I am reacting to him and not his videos. Is that weird? I mean, it's weird, but like, is it good? She who thirsts learns about Bricky, so true. Weird but good, yes, okay. That's what I'm kind of always aiming for, is like, I want it to be a little weird but good. I don't want it to be weird for Bricky. It would genuinely make me quite sad if I made him uncomfortable. There's like an amount of joking that I hope is okay and that I have kept it on the side of being okay. If he were to reach out and be like, "Hey, it's kind of weird. Don't do that." I'd be like, "My bad, bro." So and yeah, I know it depends. My hope is that I've stayed on the side of okay. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for following. Yeah. We're currently watching Warhammer stuff, and I'm thirsting over Bricky, who makes the videos. But hopefully in a respectful way. I'm looking respectfully, I hope. So. Yep. Okay, flying. I thought about that and I was like, that's so uncalled for. I can't do that. That's crossing the line. Like there's a time where like I come up with something and I'm like, that's actually crossing the line. You know, I'm aware of where the line is basically. So, that is too much. I agree. Okay, good. I'm glad we're on the same page. The alliteration is good. I think the line mostly is like joking about, like, it's gotta really come across as a bit and also not sexual, if that makes sense. Like, there's a little bit of implication you can do, but I think if you do too much, it feels really weird. It should be like, I find this person attractive, but not like, I want to jump your bones. I think there's a difference in that. Anyway, who cares? Let's finish this section of the video, getting back into it.
Neophyte goes under the knife to become a space marine. And here is a quick list of all the cool new stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant that makes your blood stronger, a little organ that turns your white blood cells into super white blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you to digest literally anything, a spinal implant that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe underwater, an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new ears that keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant that lets you go into suspended animation if you're in a bad shape, skin that acts like transition glasses, I almost got it in one take, a brand new kidney, the ability to taste the air and find enemies like a bloodhound, a special coating on your skin that allows you to be protected in space, the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you to absorb the unique genetic makeup from the gene seed in the first place, and a straight up carapace that allows the Space Marine to interface with their power armor directly. Quite often.
Okay, Flan, I have to give you, building my Warhammer 40k Mind Palace bricky by bricky is incredible. I gotta write that one down.
Inside of you at dubious levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of
there's levels to that
after
one.
A more generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other important manners, they can finally be welcomed as a fully fledged Space Marine. A Space Marine is quite literally a walking tank that is armed to the teeth. Two of the more iconic weapons held by a Space Marine are their bolt gun, which fires explosive shells the size of soda cans, and a chain sword, which is... The Space Marine is clad in a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and durable ceramite. The power armor
you get a star
protects him from any terrors he may face, be it the void of space itself to an inhospitable atmosphere. This armor, combined almost biologically with an already massive physique, makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighting force. And hell, if the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right is an indoctrinated freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become big and strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted, the gene seed can be the personality of an entire Space Marine. Take the Salamanders, for example. Salamanders have a predisposition to fire as a whole, and tend to be extremely large due to the size of their Primarch, Vulcan, and his enormous stature. Whereas someone like Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, share more vampiric features and more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarch, but there are also flaws too. Magnus the Red and his 1,000 Sons underwent something known as the Flesh Change, a horrifying mutation that, while it made them strong psychers, would affect their bodies so terribly that they would mutate away from humanity. Where other factions have inspiration for their culture from our real world, like the feudal Japanese of the Eldar or Egyptian style the Necrons, each Space Marine chapter themselves carry an inspiration. The White Scars are motorcycle riding Mongolian fighters. The Space Wolves are Norse Vikings. The Dark Angels are Knights of the Round Table, and so on. This moves into their fighting style, and truthfully, there is no end to the characters and options when it comes to the Space Marines. Space Marines are the main symbol you see, and while many of them can be simply indoctrinated warriors who only care about conflict and can be quite boring, then you meet Dante, or Bjorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius, or Erebus. And then you discover the wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1100 years, I have fought and I have seen the darkness in our galaxy. I have seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession, and I have seen all the evil that the galaxy harbors, and I have slain all whose presence defiles the Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay. So fear not and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind. We are indeed the angels of death. Despite being the
sick
children for Warhammer 40k as a whole, the presence of
Blood
a
Angel
space marine
sounds
is
so
a
cool.
rare sight for the countless trillions of humans across the galaxy. Seeing one of these monstrosities is like seeing something akin to an angel sent by the Emperor himself. These angels of death are the essential fighting force to bring humanity back under the unified banner of the Imperium. Yet ultimately, the Space Marines are individuals torn from their families and conscripted to genetic modification and lifelong service for the dying Imperium. And
Again, this is so Halo coded. It feels exactly like the dudes in Halo.
they are held in an almost holy light, most believe they are above and beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as something worth saving, to the extent that it is a tiny, minute rarity, though not unheard of, for a Space Marine to put a normal citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section. The time for speeches is done.
Yeah,
said
Spartans.
Dorm. The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all. While the Space Marines are the spearhead of the Imperium's Great Crusade and also a major player in its warfare, there is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their transport. What sci-fi universe?
Like, thinking about it, I guess it's just like the similarity in the themes between the Spartans and the Space Marines. This idea of like, they are humanity's savior, but obviously the Spartans, despite the fact they are like, they didn't have a choice in becoming Spartans, the same way that Space Marines seem to not have a choice either. The Spartans seem to actually care about humanity as a whole. You know, Master Chief seems to give a shit. Yeah, they definitely they seem like a palatable version of Space Marines might be the best way to say that. Palatable to the masses.
Would be complete without its navy. When you think of the navy or ships on the open sea, you think of something that is sleek, something mobile, and something pretty big. For perspective, the longest self-propelled ship in history was the TTC-Wise Giant, an oil tanker that was about 458 meters long or over about 1,500 feet. This right here is child's play in the world of 40k ships. A ship that is considered to be an escort vessel in the Imperium is about 3 times the size of a Sea-Wise Giant, and the size of the ships only go up from there. Your most common ships are the cruisers. The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers long, or just over a mile in length, where the Dictator class cruisers can be over 3 kilometers or 2 miles in length. The largest ships are your battleships, and they are tremendous. We're talking
to talk about another franchise, it often feels like Spartans are a little bit like Witchers, right? They do it they do it like they have this feeling of kind of uncertainty about their otherness, even though they understand their own role in the world around them. Okay, I will say watching this video is really making me want to understand how Warhammer is played in a game. Like, this is all extraordinarily cool and I really like it. But also, how does this translate to a tabletop game that you play?
5 mile long, half a mile high monstrosity.
Like, do I just like throw orcs at Space Marines and see which ones I can knock off the table, or like Like, what am I doing? It's just a war game. Okay. Interesting. So it seems like the war game is like the most is like the least interesting part of this entire franchise, perhaps. Like the actual mechanics and playing of it, because it seems like above that is like the miniatures are really cool, and then it's like here's the lore. The lore is super cool, you know? You play with dice and rulers? Gross. One turn could take hours if you've got huge armies. Wow, that's like the opposite of the games that I play, right? The number one thing that I say about games is like if it has more than 3 mechanics, it's too crunchy and I don't like it. Like I'll say like that has too many mechanics. I play games with like 3 to 5 mechanics at most.
That look like gigantic Gothic cathedrals and filled to the brim with weaponry. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also jam-packed with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million.
Okay, so I have a question, and maybe I'm just asking if there's any fan art, but like, is there like a little space marine like line cook and like a little space marine cleaner? Like, you know, is there a little space marine? Do you know what I'm asking? Like, is there a little space marine in a chef's hat? Does he wear a little chef's hat? I'm doing a weird hand thing right now. You can't see? No. Oh, there we go. I think so, actually. Yeah, Space Marine's doing mundane stuff. Like, how cute is that? Okay, I don't even need to finish the question. Also, thank you for letting me know that the clip is up. I'm gonna go to TikTok. Boink, boink, boink. Also, it is so funny. Vinali, I found you largely because of the Nouvelle clip. Hi!
Amy, you're
And I
getting
don't know
ready to be normal.
I don't think you know this, but I do a southern accent similar to hers. So hi Velvet, hi, hello Raiders. Yes, I'm discovering Bricky. So, I don't really care about the Warhammer. I'm mostly concerned with the man explaining, and I'm just kidding. Well, I talk in a southern accent too, because I am a southern woman. Yeah, I've been totally normal about Bricky, very normal about him, in general. But hello, Raiders, my name is Gremlin Mae. I'm a variety VTuber, and I play whatever makes my ADHD go burr. And right now, due to the fact that I am literally made of snot because I've had the flu for a week straight, I'm watching Warhammer videos and yapping about those. And I thought it was gonna be like hard to get into, and it kind of was, but now I'm vibing with it, okay? I'm like really feeling it. We also learned about Gunpla earlier, so I'm into a lot of that stuff. Velvet, if you need to head out, if you need to raid and run, totally understand. If not, we'd love to have you stick around. Same for you, Raiders. We'd love to have you stick around as well. I am, like I said, a little sick, so I don't normally sound this raspy. But yeah, we'd love to have you guys stick around. We're just learning about the Space Marines right now. And we're having a good time doing it. Thank you again for the raid, Velvet. I really appreciate it. Yeah. I hope you enjoy your noms.
And they need every single one of those members because we don't have advanced technology for other things to pilot themselves or control themselves in a meaningful way because there's no AI. A lot of this stuff has to be done manually. Even the reloading of those giant batteries is a form of manual labor. And, of course, generally speaking, gliding through the stars is a very slow way to do things. And let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace travel. This form of travel in 40K is less like going to Plaid in Spaceballs and more like going into Davy Jones' zipper dimension in SpongeBob.
Oh, now what? I suppose you're gonna show me. Oh, gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this? Some kind of magic act?
I had forgotten about the zipper dimension.
This is because it utilizes the immaterial warp to do so.
Hi.
Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye and the ability to help steer the ship through the warp, which, as we know, is
Dune! It's like Dune, guys. It's like Dune. Oh, shut up.
itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have protection in the form of a Geller field, though. Originally, I assumed the Geller field.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but our closed caption has gotten higher up on the screen every time I've gone to pause it.
You think it is a large force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from.
It's Dune! He put Dune in the background! Oh my god, this man gets me!
The warp tearing apart your ship. How wrong I was, though. So, space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real and you can surf on it. So you allow the current to carry you and the navigator to direct. But how can a current of souls and unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or, again, reality? What a Geller field is not a force field, but a comatose imperial psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble. It is a force of reality being projected by mutant sleeping beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf on.
That is so sick. That is so sick. There have been many moments where I've been like, that is so sick.
Of course, is not a foolproof method of travel, and Geller fields can and do collapse fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp itself without this Geller field is a terrifying prospect. In the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds, but there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you feel like you're lost in the warp for a century and it's only been 45 minutes. And that is only if the waves of souls don't rip your ship apart or have demons arrive on it to do unspeakable things to the crew. The Imperial Navy is an astronomically powerful force for the Imperium because the sheer volume of ships and guns on those ships create firepower that can sunder planets. This is all juxtaposed with the sheer backwater nature of these ships. While they are manned by crew.
Okay, can you guys explain? I remember that the big evil guy, the Emperor, he was like, hey, we don't like AI anymore. What was the reason behind that? Oh, you're answering my question about mundane things. There are never any retired Space Marines. It's a permanent thing. However, some of the Space Marine chapters encourage mundane activities in their numbers to keep mental health high. I know Blood Angels are encouraged to take up the arts and ways to creatively express themselves because of their PTSD. Salamanders even have families and often get into crafting. Oh, there was an AI uprising. I had forgotten about that. Oh my word. Haha. Okay. There's just a lot going on. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to keep up, you know?
Crews of zealots. They are also operated with such a backwater tech, it completely confuses the reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world, and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves. So how do they load these? Well, they have gun gangs. Massive gangs of hundreds of people manually loading these cannons. These are genuine gun loader gangs that get into gang wars and squabbles. On the ship's bridge, you may find the captain himself hardwired directly into the ship's chair permanently to control it the best they can. Giant screens of hololith data fill the room, and sensors across the ship are just as likely to tell you information as a serf running up to you with a scroll of parchment is. You reach to a microphone to shout orders down a hallway as paper readouts tell you information of the enemy, and holy sigils and candlelit incense burners gleam your next move. While the is not a specific faction of the Imperium
Love that.
in the same sense and format of this video. It is what shepherds around the entirety of its armed forces. Every Space Marine Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there is a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium. The hammer of the Emperor himself, the uncountable men and women of
The Imperial Guard!
These things have adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our rifles, then we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords and our knives and our bare hands. We'll drown them in our blood.
Brother.
That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge! There is no
Give 'em
better
everything.
symbol of the might of the Imperium itself than the Astra Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard. Though the Space Marines take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim
interesting.
a million worlds, you need a countless number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial truth made manifest. Every year,
But
the
they're like
worlds of
regular
the Imperium
guys.
pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor, and this number is
Okay.
impossible to pin down. Even saying billions would be a dramatic understatement. The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium. 99.9% of battles fought by the Imperium
they're
are
cannon
fought by
fodder.
the
Okay.
sundering might of the Imperial Guard. With the knowledge that the Space Marines are essentially
They are in
sentient
fact
tanks,
just dudes,
what do
okay.
the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up in a similar way? No, not really. No fancy suits, no biological enhancements, and basically no expectation to live. Once a regiment of Guard are activated, they are sent directly into battle with almost no expectations that they will survive. This is
Love
because,
that.
despite their training, their incredibly powerful armor, and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched to the things they will face. Sending a member of the Guard is throwing a rock at a nuclear bomb. However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in sheer numbers.
It's
And
the
their
Russian
overwhelming
strategy.
force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity
Wow.
is a quality all its own. If they do happen to survive, they will be sent to the next battle and so on. Seldom do members of the Astra Militarum get old or retire, and those that do are truly to be feared. There's an old saying that the average lifespan of a guardsman is about 15 hours from deployment, and considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in any given battle, that number is probably accurate. When several million of your pool of guardsmen die within the first few hours of combat because the orcs threw a moon at you, it can really screw the numbers.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. We have not yet gotten to the orcs, but also I feel like throwing a moon is a bit mean. You know? It's just a bunch of dudes. Ooh. Like what? Alright.
Soldiers of the Guard are conscripted and trained on an incredible number of worlds in the Imperium, and these worlds can impact their training and their combat style directly. The most famous visually are the Cadian Shock Troops, but other notable Guard factions include the Gas Mask.
Someone explain that joke to me, please. Someone explain that joke to me, please. Here's the joke.
The most famous visually are the Cadian Shock Troops, but other...
Please explain that joke to me. Why'd he do that thing? I'd like to understand. The planet broke before the Guard. Oh. You get on explaining that joke.
Notable guard factions include the gas mask-clad Death Corps of Krieg, the Rambo level of Catachan Jungle Fighters, and the Iron.
Cadia is a very important planet with some weird Necron thing on it that fell to chaos, I think. Alright.
Wield Mordian Iron Guard. This also helps them specialize against individual types of enemies. The Indigan Prefects are a special guard
Oh, they did something extremely admirable and also really sad. I understand now.
regiment that came from a planet whose planetary governor, the leader of the planet, thought it was fun to collect exotic animals, which then crossbreed and then became the giant freight train-sized monsters destroying the planet. So the Indigan Prefects are specialized for big monsters. Hello, Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the Guard is the enforcement officer known as the Commissar, and they are one of the more visually striking members of a regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers.
Is it okay for me to look at this guy and be like, fascist? The Cadian shock troops were trained on Cadia, the last fortress world that was defending the last major choke point between the Eye of Terror and the rest of the galaxy. The planet was obliterated during Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade. Only if it's wrong to be accurate. I know they are fascist, but like it's the outfit coding. They've done an extraordinarily good job of coding them to be fascist through their uniform. Anyway.
Officers and act as morale officers. But instead of singing songs to
even this, like, something about the sharp lines. I'm sure that someone could, I don't know,
the troops
explain it.
Hot meals. The commissars are there to make sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield? You bet that's a headshot. Considering that these officers tend to be outside of their regiment, feelings on them can be mixed. And in fairness, certain commissars, like the esteemed Ibram Gaunt or Caiaphas Cain, tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part. Because if, say, you were trying to tell a beefed up Catachan jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm going to get a visual aid. Let's take a look at this image right here, right?
Okay.
This is the cover
I'm looking.
of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum, the official cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking, but zoom out a little bit. There is no floor. There is only people, and behind those people are tanks, and behind those tanks are flying artillery shells. There are 2 enormous transport ships in the sky, and their ramps are down, and on their ramps are more people. The Imperium is described as having 1,000,000 worlds. 1,000,000 worlds. And each one of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given fight, foot soldiers number in the millions, tanks in the tens of thousands, and you have enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have walkers and APCs and aircraft and horse cavalry and tanks the size of apartment buildings. You have drop troops and spec ops and rattling.
Okay, so the Imperium of Man is the most expensive thing to run in Warhammer, right? That's what I'm gathering from this video right now. Most, like, if you run Imperium of Man, you're a fascist or very rich, yes? Can we confirm or deny here? Or possibly both. You could be both, yeah. Or wait for confirmation. In real life, no. In if you're playing Warhammer. Okay, so if you're playing the tabletop game of Warhammer, and you buy the minis for the Imperium of Man. Okay. I really have to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, thank you for waiting. In universe, humans are cheap. It's the vehicles that cost money. You own a Warlord Titan model? Ah. I just want the really big ones. I think those would be cool to get, the really big models.
Snipers and gigantic ogres that can't count to 4, but they can turn you into 4 pieces, and it just doesn't end. Humanity is a horde army, but instead of a horde of bugs or rampaging orcs, it's a living wall of guns. At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000 years old to some godforsaken war-torn rock, though he deployed from high orbit with nothing but a grav chute, though he is one of 10 million men and women snatched from his homeworld to fight a war he barely understands, though he has been given a weapon that fires small suns
the size of a toddler
him as he fires because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost, though his company is supported by tractor tanks that run on anything you can burn, though he wages war against the devouring hive mind, ravenous demons and hordes of hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries he never dreamed existed. No one will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow, unmarked grave on a forgotten world untold light years from home. Yet for all
It's
this
so
thankless
sad.
sacrifice, a guardsman is a man, just like you. He has no millennia-old genetic engineering, no prophetic leader, no miracles of faith. He has his lasgun, his orders, and those beside him. He is the Imperial Guard, and he will hold the line. In the end, the Astra Militarum, despite fighting for the honor of the Imperium, are their own form of a massive horde army where individuality does not matter. They are merely numbers to the Imperium, and the vast majority of the conflicts they are sent to are attrition-based battles that gain virtually no ground while countless millions die. Yet this makes them the most human. For the Imperial Guard contains normal people, people who are happy and sad,
Just
people who laugh and
dudes.
love, and in there are stories, because there is strength in facing the horrors of the universe head-on with nothing but a rifle in your hands and a prayer on your lips. Armed with an innumerable amount of Imperial soldiers and Space Marines, the Navy
Hi, Fermi. Hi, Axel.
Begins its great crusade into the stars to rescue the stranded Primarchs and reunite them to their legions. But the biggest question needed to be asked was, what would they find? The Age of Strife lasted for thousands of years. If a civilization was still alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like? The technological advancements of humanity prior to and during the Dark Age technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with the vast knowledge of human creations and were given gigantic machines to make arduous labor and ease. The spreading of these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and these ships would be retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served more.
Okay. This is gonna be a bit of a weird question, maybe. So like, who are the Imperial Guard fighting, and why are they fighting so much? Like, can't we just like hang out on Earth, or like what's the why are we fighting the war? What's the war about? Whoever needs fighting, everything. Okay. Shitload of Xenos. The enemies of humanity across the galaxy. Everyone I've heard about so far and everyone you haven't yet heard about. I guess because they hate us and we hate them. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is a grimdark scenario and it's literally called Warhammer. So, like, that makes sense. I mean, I guess we don't really need a reason. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Multiple purposes and the specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they also did a great job of protecting the colonists against both threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance of these machines, those that could pilot
so when they say demonic, they mean from the warp, right?
them were powerful enough to be considered leaders.
Well, when
and
he
the
says
upkeep and
demonic.
preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years, would eventually be known as the
Imperial Knights.
He must
Let's
be
do
humble
it.
of heart, strong of arm, be savage in war, loyal to hearth, and follow deeds of glory. He must keep honor with all, banish cowardice from his doings, and bring his house no shame. He must serve the Emperor and defend the Imperium, thus should a knight rule himself. The Age of Strife caused these colonized worlds to be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the Age of Strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds welcomed the tech priests of Mars with open arms. The mutual relationship between the Admech and the nobility was beneficial. The Admech were able to secure more worlds for mining resources and potentially long-lost STC information, and the noble houses were provided with technological know-how and modifications from the Admech
He's
themselves.
like glued to a chair.
More and more specialized, and their history
Calm down.
as mere pieces of equipment were lost to time. What was once a tractor became a killdozer, and the Imperial Knights were born. Unlike other military aspects,
Shout out to
of the Imperium,
Killdozer.
the nobility of the Knight Houses remains just that. A nobility-focused feudal hierarchy that swears fealty to either the Mechanicum or to Terra. Like the knights in our history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill War of the Roses aesthetic. Except instead of ponies, you have gigantic death machines. These knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however. A member of the nobility of
I really love these, at least the design in this art here. I love how hunched over it is. There's something, I don't know, so imposing about that. Wow, so true.
Any given night house must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves them sitting on the device used to control the knight, known as the Throne Mechanicum, for a full night. What's wrong with that? I mean, Sitting in a chair for a full evening sounds pretty great right about now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled, and a pilot must merge with it. The mind of the noble is connected to the machine and must fight with the mental signatures and personalities of the prior
Dude, it's like
pilots
full
as
on
well.
mech.
Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the pilot themselves, be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in battle, the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same spot. The merging to the machine forever changes the mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot, and a desire to fight
What is this photo?
until the bitter end, as their ancestors' minds
Okay,
are
but like, if you were like, hey May, would you use this weird machine thing? I'd be like, yes, absolutely, 100% I would stream from there.
linked directly to the knight. The size
Like,
of these
hook
knights
me
can
up.
vary, but generally speaking, they stand in the ballpark of 30 to 50 feet tall and are protected by a thick adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection, and when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across the Imperium is the
They look so
Questoris
cool.
pattern, and is honestly the one you're probably thinking about right now. But there are also smaller versions like armigers and bigger ones known as the Dom.
Those look like the ones from Borderlands with the big shoulders. Loaders. This bad boy can run so much Minesweeper, yeah.
As for a loadout, these guys are essentially a violent Mr. Potato Head. Battle
Hell
cannons,
yeah.
Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons, up close and personal. How about a gigantic...
I will say, one of the things I've really, really enjoyed about all this art he's been showing is just the level of detail in every single piece of art is really off the charts. I'm sure if I sat here and really looked at it, it would probably all work, if that makes sense. Like, everything would have something that it was going to, at least a basic idea of where it's going. There's something about that speaks to a certain level of world building that's really, really crazy. Wow.
gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet.
Oh, he said that the Blood Angels learn art. I would really love to learn more about the Blood Angels. They sound really cool.
For that empty spot up top, screw it. More auto
Or you
cannons.
guys
Maybe
said they
add some
did art.
missiles. Whatever you can do to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron
Cool,
serves a
thank
monarch.
you.
So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the rudest serf to the members of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid, but a circle. Ironically, on the surface, night worlds themselves are one of the
Very
least
separate from
grim,
the
dark
Space
settings in
Marines.
the galaxy. Reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants is almost an escapism from the techno hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course,
Love
doesn't
that.
make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the throne mechanicum, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live. It's a strange dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer, most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A knight pilot is often an asshole who can back it up. The rich noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only thing that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing
coming up
and adapting
next?
to their new homes they were now isolated on. Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas.
Oh, cool.
And they were known as abhumans. Many abhumans found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their
Hi,
abilities and
Agent.
appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy.
The Leagues of Botam?
The origins of what will be known
I
as
couldn't
the
read
kin
that.
start at some point during the Dark Age technology, where their ancestors left a
Oh,
planet that
Space
is
Dwarves.
very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers. Be it guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from them, these computers became an essential part of their everyday life, especially considering that
See how much they could have done with AI?
is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location, full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means.
I'm sorry. No, you Bricky. Hey Bricky. Hey Bricky. Listen, I know we've done this a lot today, but hey friend, guy, my dude, if you're gonna drop something like hostile sentient nebula in your hour-and-a-half long Warhammer 40k video, like that's one of those things you could take like a little bitty detour for. Like, I'm once again just saying this so that somebody who's not as nice as me doesn't say it, but like could I know more about that? What if you like hit me up and told me more about these scary sentient hostile nebulas, huh? What do you think about that? Does that sound pretty good? I told you this bit's never not funny to me.
Easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers
love
perfected
space
a genetic
horror
makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the need to procreate would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you can just make a new one? These would be known as the squats, and they would all die, except for when they didn't. And now, they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Votan, the galactic core has been home now for millennia. These squat humanoids would begin to establish themselves in the core, and their goals would be the same as their ancestors. Rock and stone! But like, actually kinda, yeah. Whenever one of them would die, they would know that sucker would need to be uploaded to the machines like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of these computers and the repeated uploading of redundant data has turned these once powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you installed LimeWire on it, and whose 50 Google Chrome tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day. So much corruption that these computers
I got called out.
and make use of a personality of their own. These would be known as the
it's my favorite NCIS scene.
Dwarf-like abhuman of humanity would revere them. The Votans still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal
Is this friend computer?
to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exist nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you signed a contract with a kin, you best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times, but constantly considered them to be all a different species. Famously, the Imperium noted that the kin they referred to as the Squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know, they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology, so the sheer existence of the Voton is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin, because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is
Kin
where
is kin,
they're
and
from.
I stand
They
on
are
that.
fairly confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now, this sounds fine and good, right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late stage space capitalism? Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone based race made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the Voton, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty and upload all they know to the Voton, their ancestor cores, join their ancestors. But doing so is actually the thing that is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths, their legacy continued. And though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Voton. The galaxy changed. Stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell. But as long as the Voton endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end this last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you
Did they try turning the cores off and on again? I don't know. I don't know. That seems like a good suggestion. If they just turned the Voton off and then back on again, I think it might help. It'd probably get rid of some of the like cache, you know?
You may have assumed the Leagues of Voton are space dwarves with a corporate sci-fi motif, but they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation. As the Great Crusade continued, humanity would find their missing Primarchs, reestablish the locations of all of their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all of the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up
through the
crumbling
Emperor.
down. And we will learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40K in part 2.
Well, it was 2 hours, and I think it took us 4 hours to get through because I'm a yapper, as it should. And then we've got another hour and a half to go, which we'll have to get to tomorrow. I'm gonna snooze the ads, because I'm gonna say thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me. But my body is really starting to hurt because of this flu I'm fighting. I will give my thoughts on that probably in a separate video. So I've had such a joy today hanging out with you guys. I hope to see you tomorrow for some more probably Warhammer, and we might play some Factorio at the end. I don't know. We're gonna raid Yura. You're such a sweetheart. She just had her birthday recently. And she's playing Wuthering Waves. So, thank you for shaming the flu. It really it needs that. So we're gonna go give Yura lots of love. Hi Mage. Sorry, we are just ending stream. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be feeling better by then. But yeah, we'll finish up with that. I'll probably get one of the Warhammer videos posted if my body cooperates. Probably tonight or tomorrow. You sound hotter, I mean sicker. Thanks. You know, I've got that deep voice right now. It's really low because my throat hurts so badly and it's been so scratched up. Isn't that just the worst? Oh, there's so much snot in my cavities right now. Everyone loves a little vocal fry. Yeah, so there you go. All right. Let's go give USC some love. Tomorrow, 12 p.m. CST. Sexy, sexy flim. Pray for me and my sinuses. Bye.